Okay. Let's see. Did we hear from either? Oh, there's Kenyon. How about Trustee Miller?
I did not hear from her, sir.
Thank you. Then we can start. Let's see. Rihanna, would you like to start?
Sure, thanks, Mayor. So can you hear me, Victoria? Okay. So I have put in your packet for this workshop some information related to STRs in commercial buildings. And essentially we have this question about whether the self-inspection checklist that is provided to ensure that residential STRs meet basic health and safety standards should be sufficient for STRs in dwelling units in commercial buildings as well, which are permitted through Ordinance 1063, which was adopted by the Board of Trustees in 2019. So I provided some information from other municipalities for you to consider, as well as that self-inspection checklist itself. And we also have here with us our code enforcement officer, Dale, and our building official and inspector, Troy, to provide their opinions as well.
I was muted, excuse me. The short-term rental self-inspection checklist at the back of the packet has all of these items listed. I'm sure that existing STRs do not meet these standards, all of them. Could I have an opinion on that from our code enforcement officer and building official that are here? Either one.
I would likely agree with you, sir. I don't feel that any of the ones that are approved without any inspections that have been conducted, I would have to say I would be in agreement with you that I doubt that this entire checklist would be met.
And Dale?
I also agree, right? You know, I hate to make it sound like, you know, people are not trustworthy. It may just be, you know, some items that get overlooked on that list, and, you know, for people to each one to look through each and every single item, you know, it probably doesn't get done either, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I don't find that acceptable. And the reason is that short-term rentals in commercial zoning accrue enough money to be able to upgrade each of these facilities to these standards. And I'm a little bit of a stickler for health and safety compliance, but I'd like to get the opinion of the rest of the board. The last time we spoke to this, it wasn't necessarily commercial. Short-term rentals, it was more of accessory dwelling units. And I was told that we didn't want to exacerbate the affordable housing situation at the time when I objected to health standards not being brought up to some kind of regulatory level. But these are short-term rentals in commercial districts. So I'd just like an opinion on from the rest of the board on this issue. And it's a work.
I just have a question for clarification. How many short-term rentals are registered in the town of Lyons currently? I think the last time I looked, there were only 6 listed, or that had paid their fees.
I'm pulling it up right now for you.
And that's probably pretty darn close. And I have been finding, just by doing research online through Airbnb and VRBO, there's quite a few that are out of compliance. So I've been sending letters to try to get people to, catch up.
So there are currently 8 licensed STRs in residences. And then there's one in a commercial building that has a temporary license pending this discussion, essentially.
Thank you.
So that's an interesting point, Yanni, because we're here to discuss commercial building STRs. And by your last statement, is it correct to assume that we're talking about one?
One presently, but this would set the precedence for how these are treated in the future.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. Any other comments? Trustee Rogan?
Thanks, Mayor. You may have answered this already, but I'm curious about why, and maybe somebody from the previous board can enlighten me. Why was it decided to do self-reporting only and not actually have inspections? I mean, we built a garage on our house and had like 4 inspections. Seems like short-term rentals would be where people stay would get inspected.
Any input?
I mean, I would agree with you. Any type of residential unit, especially short-term rentals, I feel should be subject to life safety inspections. Again, since we're talking commercial use, I do want to comment that could trigger, when you have a mixed use building like that, you start getting into fire separations, the possibility of sprinklers. Residential in a commercial building is pretty restrictive. So allowing that would likely trigger the need for a building permit and for it to be brought up to a current code standard.
To answer Holly's question concerning what we just, I don't recall, I couldn't find all my notes on that. But I do recall it came to us because there were already some living units downtown, and we're trying to bring them gently, I guess, or nicely, create something that they could be allowed to expand additional rental income, I guess. And like I said, I can't fully remember where we were and what we were doing with that and why, but I know that's the reason it came to us. So whether we were to create too much of a harm or a high cost, as Troy indicated, if you go into a building, especially a commercial building, you start opening a can of worms, especially with some of our old buildings, you actually just look, and if an inspector has to see something bad, well, they got to report it, and then it get out of hand. I don't remember if we thought we would slowly take care of it as the years went by. That part I can't recall either.
Trustee Miller, you had your hand up?
I just want to clarify the inspection part of it, because obviously they have to be inspected they have to be when you're building something, it has to be inspected as a building, correct? I mean, we're not talking about, these buildings haven't ever been inspected before. But
I apologize. Absolutely, they would need, a new building would need inspected, but any of the existing buildings, say done in the 60s or 70s, unless they've had some form of tenant improvement over the years, it's likely that an inspection hasn't occurred within them for quite some time.
okay, so you're basically saying that if we were to do short-term rentals in a commercial building, that we should have some sort of safety mechanism in place, or safety inspection in place, where they would have, you know, inspection for at least the basic code, and commercial code is even more prohibitive or more restrictive than residential, as far as like having to have sprinklers and that sort of thing.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct.
There's more to it than a residential building. They would have to put more money into it in order to get it up to code to use it as such, instead of just having, like, making sure there's fire alarms and, you know, an escape route and that sort of thing. Okay, I'm just trying to clarify and get it straight in my head what exactly the inspection, what inspection we're talking about here. So I'm on board now. Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, in response to Trustee Rogan's question, and let me first say, I'm trying it down at Town Hall tonight for the first time in a long time instead of from home, because fully vaccinated, as are the other people in this room, I think. So if it doesn't work, we'll figure something else out. So I apologize for any Zoom echoes or anything like that. But Trustee Rogan asking, what was the prior board's thinking in allowing the limited number of commercial buildings to be approved as short-term vacation rentals then without inspection? And my answer to that really goes back to my time on the PCDC, where we spent a lot of time drafting the short-term vacation rental ordinance that ultimately the BOT back then approved. As originally drafted with the first couple of rounds at the PCDC, there was a requirement proposed that all short-term vacation rentals be inspected. And in fact, the fire department in particular had asked that it be, before they be licensed as a short-term vacation rental, that it have a fire safety inspection, and the fire department was going to charge $200 for doing that. One of the main purposes of the short-term vacation rentals ordinance was to bring into compliance a fairly large number of existing Airbnb short-term vacation rentals that under the existing code at that time were basically illegal. You could do technically a bed and breakfast, but you couldn't really do a short-term vacation rental in your home, as that term is now defined. So the question was, if we inspect everybody for building safety reasons, for fire safety reasons, and we make that a requirement of obtaining a short-term vacation rental license, is that going to significantly discourage people from getting their then non-compliant short-term vacation rentals licensed? We were trying to entice them into the program, not find ways to make it hard for them to join the program. And the thought was that if they had to pay $200 to the fire department and schedule a fire department inspection, and then had to do a separate building inspection for the town, that a lot of those people were not going to get into the licensure short-term vacation rental program. And the argument that ultimately prevailed and was reflected in the ordinance was short-term vacation rentals in residences could only be done in someone's principal place of residence. That's a requirement. And so the thought was, the people that are doing short-term vacation rentals live in these buildings. How likely are they not to have their home up to compliance in terms of safety, cleanliness, accessibility, all that kind of stuff. And so the decision was ultimately made not to require either a town building inspection or a fire district inspection. But rather, that's where the checklist came from. We wanted them to self-certify that certain basic fundamental safety requirements had been met. Having a window large enough to escape from in a fire, having carbon monoxide and smoke detectors, the list is in the packet. So that's how the residential short-term vacation rental ordinance got drafted and put into place. There was no requirement of an inspection, and the argument was made, including by some of the Airbnb owners, that nobody else in town, no matter how old their house, has to have the town building inspector or the fire department come in and inspect it unless they do substantial modifications, the 50% standard, I think. So why should we, as they viewed it, penalize a short-term vacation rental person for renting out their own home and make them do a bunch of inspections that others haven't had to do? So that got enacted as to residential properties. We, at the time, just because we spent forever, the PCDC trying to work through this ordinance, which was still kind of a novel form of ordinance at the time, we talked about the issue of commercial short-term vacation rentals, and we knew that there were a couple of them downtown that were being used in that respect, but it was just one thing that we didn't really have time to get to, and we kind of put that off. Let's get the basics done for the residential short-term vacation rentals, and we'll look at the commercial issues later. So in 2018, after I was on the board, along came the proposed, the situation with, I think it was 2, maybe 3 existing commercial short-term vacation rentals downtown. And that's what led to the ordinance that's also in the packet and that Yanni mentioned that was the board adopted. Should we do the same thing for these commercial properties that we did for the residential properties, or do we impose additional standards on them because they're commercial properties? And rightly or wrongly, the prevailing view on the prior board was, no, these commercial properties are also used daily by the businesses that are in the front part of them. Usually the owners are there, their employees are there, they have customers coming in and out. They have the same incentive to keep their business premises up to speed and safety wise and everything as the residences do. There was also a limited number of them. And so the ultimate ordinance was, yes, allow them to be licensed, even though they're commercial properties. It didn't appear that any of those were the type of properties that would likely have been the subject of long-term rentals, which is what the ADU policy wants to encourage. You can't use an ADU for short-term vacation rentals, but we didn't think that those properties, the 2 or 3 that we had in front of us, were likely to be rented out long-term for renters, just like people are unlikely to rent out their spare bedroom for year leases as opposed to using it for an Airbnb where you can make more money and control the time people are there in your house. So that's kind of the background, and where I come at it on this is kind of where the 2018 board did, that these are commercial properties that are used day in, day out, unless they do some kind of modification that would trigger the inspection requirements. You know, with the self-certification process in place as to the very basics, smoke detectors, window, egress, and that type of thing, that we didn't make the 2 or 3 properties in 2018 do it. And as I understand it, there's only 1 property that's kind of at issue here. I don't see why we should all of a sudden now impose that requirement on the last of, or the latest, I guess is more accurate, commercial property. To me, it adds a significant layer of bureaucracy. It would discourage the use of commercial properties as short-term vacation rentals, whereas the last board's leaning was that we wanted to encourage, short-term vacation rentals downtown if they wouldn't adversely impact long-term residential rentals. And if that philosophy is carried forward, I'm basically in favor of allowing the same self-checklist that applies to residential properties and has applied for the last couple of years to the existing commercial short-term vacation rentals to be used and not impose an additional layer of fees and bureaucracy from either the town or the fire district.
Any other comments? Trustee Lowell?
I tend to agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning, except for one point. We're not dealing with anything specific here in this conversation. I don't know what type of operations are going on in the front or the basement or the back of that commercial facility that might put any short-term renters in danger. That's my only concern. If you can tell me that this is going to be a short-term rental over, I don't know, S2O downstreet, for example, I'm okay with that. But then if you were to tell me that it's going to be above a restaurant, which is always susceptible to things like grease fires, you have equipment that's on 24 hours a day, a lot of the time nobody's there, then I would have to be a little bit more careful. So without knowing the specifics of what type of properties we're talking about where these short-term rentals might be resident, I can't make the call on it. Although I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem Browning on about 90% of what he said.
Further comments?
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Lowell on that. I don't know, we'd have to probably rephrase the ordinance a little bit, but as my understanding is the one property that's in question now is being used for a real estate office. And I think one of the others was used for, I don't know, some type of office use. But yeah, I think if there's anything like a cooking or manufacturing of any type or anything that would basically involve fire or heat or anything like that, yeah, then I think it ought to be inspected. I don't know, I don't have a suggestion on how to word that right now, but I think that's a reasonable and a wise limitation that ought to trigger inspection, but not, as you say, use by front office or basically officer, or even retail use of just normal sale of personal goods and things.
Do we agree at least that the list of short-term rental of the self-inspection checklist should be abided by? That doesn't seem to be onerous at all. Okay. Any other comments from staff?
I have a comment.
Oh, I didn't see you, Trustee Waugh, excuse me. Go ahead, sir.
So I agree with Mayor Pro Tem, and my recollection of discussion at the time was the same in terms of inspection and so forth. I guess one of my thoughts or one of my questions is, without inspection, is there a way that we can ensure that business insurance is in place? I mean, at the end of the day, the actuaries are going to make sure that it's safe well before any of us do. So I don't know if that's an option or an opportunity, but I think that we should definitely do that. I guess my bigger concern, and the reason I brought it up, is because I was looking at Airbnb simultaneously. And I see 14 listings inside the town limits. We have 8 people paying. So, the question is, how do we expect them to fill out a damn questionnaire if they're not going to fill out the business license or make themselves aware to us? We're losing tax revenue from that. I would like to see a plan to either shut these down or figure out another way in order to make sure that these are not rented. If they're not abiding by the basic rule of identify yourself to the town, then all of this other self-inspection stuff is kind of moot. But I would like to see some emphasis placed on that personally.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Waugh. And Dale, you said that you've been sending out letters. Do you what do the letters say? Is it sign up or shut down?
Right. The first one is more on the courtesy notice type, side of things, that the town has become aware of that there's a possible STR running at your location. And we need you to contact the town about obtaining an STR license. There have recently been a couple that were new, and then that I hadn't seen ads before. And then also there recently has been a couple more that I've contacted that, and this is some of the problem too, is people are leaving their ads up on Airbnb and VRBO that you could tell by their dates. And what they're telling me is that they're not renting, they're kind of testing the waters. But that's, that makes it harder on us. I know the way I've kind of looked at it in the past is that if you're running an ad, you're soliciting business and you need a license for that. And, so yeah, there's several more just to keep going after. But that's kind of the danger of a lot of those people that haven't contacted the town about any regards to a checklist. And so, yeah, there's definitely some safety issues out there. So I've been spending quite a bit of time researching online to follow up with those.
Mayor Pro Tem.
One more bit of institutional memory and history here is that really the reason that the town finally hired a code enforcement officer was the short-term vacation rentals ordinance. When the PCDC sent that to the town board, it was sent along with a letter saying, basically, we've been passing a lot of and working hard on a lot of ordinances, the ADU ordinance, short-term vacation rental ordinance, and we feel like we're wasting our time if it's not enforced. And that's what prompted the hiring of an enforcement officer. And it was originally a full-time salaried staff position. Ian Greer filled it, did a good job. And my recollection is that at one point there were 15 Airbnb showing up on the website, and 14 were licensed, and there was only one that was really fighting us. And that took a lot of effort on Ian's part, one by one, to get them in compliance. But we were basically there. And then he left. We went to a part-time enforcement officer. COVID hit, and some of the listings nobody was actually doing Airbnb rentals, even though that they might have the listing. And so it's kind of like getting our enforcement effort back up to where it was. But I agree with Trustee Waugh. That's very important, and there's no point in having an ordinance if you don't enforce it. So I support all efforts that the staff takes to bring people into compliance. It needs to be done. It's not fair to those who do comply and report to allow others to skate by without doing so.
We haven't talked about, Mayor, the STRs in commercial buildings. Two issues. One is those businesses that are actually have a hotel that these people are competing with that then don't have to meet the same requirements as the hotels do, and the cost involved with doing that when they have an on-site person as well. And then second of all, do we want this to constitute a change of use, which triggers then some other regulations?
Some other expensive regulations, I might add. Could you explain your first point again?
Well, we are going to have formal lodging facilities. We do right now with WICASA, but we're going to be having a couple of more facilities that they are required to meet the fire code. They're required to have someone on site 24 hours a day. They're required to do all of the regulations that someone then who has a commercial business with an STR doesn't have to do if you keep it the way we're doing it now. So for those folks that own formal lodging facilities, it doesn't, one of the arguments is this doesn't feel right. You could have every business have a STR in the back or upstairs and not have to meet any of our lodging requirements, safety requirements.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been an issue between hotels and Airbnbs since Airbnb got started. In fact,
It's a huge issue.
the reason that Airbnbs got started was because by not having to do all those things that hotels do, at least originally, they were able to offer cheaper, more flexible accommodations to their guests. So yeah, I'm sure if you ask hotels, they would rather have Airbnbs do everything they've got to do. But
No, I'm not referring to the ones in the homes. I understand
many
that.
places.
But those that are in commercial spaces, why should they not be required to meet the commercial guidelines?
Because what they're doing as an Airbnb is basically a side business. So yeah, but you can make the same argument for residential. So anyway, that's a hotels versus Airbnbs. One they do compete against each other. There's no doubt, and that's always been the Airbnb's advantage, is subject to fewer regulations.
But in a commercial zone. I would just be interested to hear that. And then maybe if Troy could run us through, or Yanni, the difference of when it is a change of use. So let's say it was used as retail space and now is going to be used as a short-term rental. What does that trigger?
Trustee Miller, you had your hand up first. Could you say what you needed to say, and then we'll get on to the staff?
Well, I was just going to respond to Administrator Simonson's comment a little bit. I think the difference between the commercial Airbnbs and the hotel is, by definition, multiple units in a building. A hotel is multiple units in a commercial zone, and a STR is one, essentially. I remember the conversation that when the place next to Stone Cup was wanting to do the STR there, and they're in the commercial district. And then they wanted to change. We didn't allow it because of the fact that there was nobody on staff all the time. They didn't have a front, there was no office in the building where somebody was there 24/7, or even half the time during the business hours to be there for people. So we wouldn't allow it. And then she wanted to change the proposition, the zoning to hotel, and we wouldn't allow that either because there was only one unit in on the property. So, then that triggers the state regulations of a hotel, where you have to have the handicap ramps and all that other stuff to go along with what a hotel has to have, because there's all sorts of other things that the state requires on that level. So, I think that's the biggest difference, personally.
Yanni.
I'd just like to clarify part of the code related to STRs in commercial buildings. So in order to be eligible for an STR, there has to be an existing residential unit, or there has to be a residential unit in the commercial building. So essentially, to Administrator Simonson's question, if there was a retail part of a commercial building changing to an STR, that would be a change in use, because they'd have to establish it as a residential space first in order to be eligible. What's kind of complicated for us is that a lot of the existing residential units in our commercial buildings don't have official certificates of occupancy for that residential use. So even though they might have been there for many years, we don't have any proof that the residential use is established, essentially.
Can we use the Lion's Den, the apartment at Lion's Den, and maybe as an example of that? That is a living unit that's existed for many years that probably has never had a certificate of occupancy for a dwelling unit. So that would be, if somebody wanted to do an STR there, that would be a code change? Is that what you're saying?
That has never been a residential unit
Okay.
legally, ever.
Can I get back to what Yanni said to make sure that I understand it correctly? In regard to our existing code, to be able to do an STR, did I understand you correctly when you said there needed to be a primary commercial residence already?
So that in order to be eligible, there needs to be a business in the building that operates from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with a representative there during those hours.
Okay,
And there needs to be a residential unit in the building as well.
okay,
So if there wasn't one, it would have to be established through a change in use. But if there was one, then it would be eligible.
okay. Thank you. Building officials, sir.
Yeah, I would just like to follow up with what Yanni's saying. She's absolutely correct that if there wasn't already an established mixed use set in that building, it would trigger a change of use, which would be a tenant improvement permit, building permit, which would require, the fire separations, possibly sprinklers. And your comment earlier about it being a pricey endeavor, yeah, it would be most likely an investment for whoever was trying to set up that type of operation that's not already approved.
Are we ready to move on to our other workshop, or are there any other questions for staff?
Why don't we just clarify for who might be involved here that this is a general business item tonight to give direction to the staff on how to move forward on this topic. So no decisions are made during a workshop, just discussion. So thank you, Yanni, Troy, Dale, others involved. I see Joel and the 4th Avenue Ped Bridge team is on board now. So thank you guys for being here. You can take yourselves off video and we'll let the 4th Avenue Ped Bridge group go.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right. 4th Avenue Bridge team, you're on.
Okay, thanks everyone. I just share my screen with you all. I'm Joel Price with Murray Smith. We have Sean and Chris joining us from Murray Smith as well, but we've been very much involved with staff on this project from the get-go. So I just want to make sure everybody's seeing what I'm presenting. Is that showing up? Anybody seeing this, the PowerPoint?
We can see it, Joel.
You can see it. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So this is going to be an update for some of you, if not most of you. We presented this about a year and a half ago. This kind of gives you kind of the overall schematic of the project. This is part of the application. We have changed this slightly from the schematic to something a little more real after kind of doing the whole planning process and going through the budgeting items and making sure we had a plan that would work here with the improvements that were performed as late as last year with the DR funded paving projects. And tonight we wanted to kind of get everybody up to speed and kind of run through this again and where it is today. And we are moving relatively quickly on this project. It is CDOT and CDBG funded. So there's some funds tied to this that we're expediting the schedule to get most, if not all, the design done for this come June, July, to be under construction here in the fall, potentially procuring a bridge ahead of time. So this is a relatively timely project and presentation tonight. So as we move forward and get through this, definitely want to open up discussion for any kind of questions or concerns. And we are still relatively early on in the project and can make some upgrades or do some updates if they are within the application requirements. So with that, I'll get into kind of the project goals here. And you want to think about this project as a corridor, not just a bike path or just a sidewalk or multimodal path. We're really trying to encourage safe access for children to get to and from school from the north and south side of the river. There's a completely different feel north and south side of the river. North side is much more commercial, south side is much more residential. This also connects a lot of the town amenities, parks, library, the downtown corridor, as well as the school. And again, reduce injury to all pedestrians, particularly kids going to and from school. So the north side here, kind of fairly busy schedule here, but you can kind of see where we got bike paths on both sides of the road. Those will be protected bike paths. I'll get into a little more detail and nuance. I got 4 sections along this whole corridor as we go from top to bottom. We have the crosswalks will update. We're going to do newer sidewalks on either side. Basically, we have a lot of good sidewalk infrastructure. We're going to connect those gaps, if you will, there where we don't have sidewalk, and we'll do some cleanup too of some old sidewalk that needs to be replaced. Another kind of subtlety on the next slide is right here. You're heading the bridge, the orange line going south across the river. That's going to be the bridge connection. We're going to avoid this curve altogether going to Evans Street. So this is the south side, or I should say the bridge and south side of the river. You can see the span here crossing the river from the west to the east. There's a lot to do with staying. You can't really exit obviously or put the bridge on this side because it would be an Evans curve. Would have issues with putting people out in traffic there. Same thing on this side, the curve, or avoiding the curve. There's a decent amount of clear space here. I got some pictures to follow up here too that we'll do and show you kind of what the perspective is going to look like moving forward of those approaches and the bridge span. On this side, it's a little quieter, if you will. It's going to be the Crusher Fines Pass on the east side. It's going to be 10-foot wide, multi-use path. So pedestrians walking and people riding their bikes could use this path. You'll see it'll connect down to Bone Park as well and Hickenlooper Way. On the other side, we got a bike path which connects to the town parks and providing decent amount of access on both sides of the river here for pedestrians. I'll get in a little bit of why we didn't do bike paths on both sides here or sidewalks on both sides. It has a lot to do with the infrastructure in place. So this is your current conditions based on the latest updates from the paving project this past year. This is right at the Evans curve here, the end of the Evans curve, that little 3-way stop sign. This is the McCain property here to the west, library here. Looking up Broadway to Main Street, you can see the striping has been improved. We'll do a little more too on this, improve the striping all the way up on both sides of the street. Want to do some improvements to the sidewalk here. That's in ill repair. And this shows kind of where the multimodal path will go. It's actually not the greatest picture with the mulch here in the right of way, but it's certainly a clear shot with not a lot of obstructions in the way. You'll notice on this side, we have a lot more power poles, a lot more trees that are kind of in the corridor path. So this is a typical span of the bridge you're going to see installed. It'll be brought in, the abutments will be poured. The river will do some improvements along the banks there, especially on the north side to deal with like an engineered slope. We are going to do some hydraulic modeling that sets the kind of clear distance. This bridge needs to be above the 100-year floodplain. And we've estimated to date it's 105 feet long. It'll be 8 foot wide, and the railings will be roughly 4 feet high. So this is a pretty nice representation of what the span is going to look like on the bridge. This is a pretty dated schematic here, but this is kind of showing you what the approach is going to look like up to the bridge. So the bridge is raised for different reasons. I mean, you got certainly different elevations on south and north side to get up to the elevation to meet the elevations on the north side of the river here. We also want to make sure we have accessibility throughout the approach and the bridge, ADA accessibility. So we got to maintain an ADA compliant grade along this. This may change slightly in that we could probably get away with a constant 5% because we have the railing instead of having the landings here, but kind of shows how much room we need to get those approaches in play and how much room we have available on this side is a lot of reasons why we went to the east side as well on the south side of the river. So here's some sections moving back up on the north side of the corridor, moving up to Lyons Elementary. This is section 1. You got a lot of nuances in an old town like this where the right-of-way is constant, but the street sections are all over the place. It's pretty typical. So you can see here, flow line to flow line is 48 feet. And we want to get as much in here for protection on the bike lanes as we can, but you'll notice here, the bike lanes on this side, on the west side, do not have the buffer lane. We didn't have the room to fit that in there, but we did the parking lane in there, 8 foot with 2 feet inside the gutter, 8 foot on this side, 11 and 11 on the drives. The bike lane, since this is going downhill in that direction, usually your bike is going to go into the bike, either the traffic lane or in the bike lane itself and be at a relatively higher speed than going uphill. So we put the buffer on the east side of the bike of this corridor from Main to High Street. This section here from Broadway to, did I say Main to High? Yeah. Main to High, that stays the same from Broadway to Main. And then from Broadway to Railroad, it changes again to 52 feet flow line to flow line. We have a little more room in here, put buffers on both sides of bike buffers, that is, on both sides of the road. We've got 4 foot bike lanes, 8 foot parking on both sides. And we got existing sidewalk here, 6 feet, but there's a couple places we'll be filling in here on the south side of the corridor too, which is the McCain property. This section here is where the 8 foot sidewalk would go, where the parking is now. So that's illegal parking there now. So obviously need to be vocal and want to get this out to the public. We're going to be putting a concrete sidewalk here is going to be 8 foot wide to match the bridge to allow the people coming onto the bridge and off the bridge the same depth or width of the bridge span, the bridge and the sidewalk. So you're going to have cyclists, you're going to have pedestrians going across that bridge. Want to keep a constant width all the way to the freeway stop there. Then you could have people keep continuing north up the corridor on the sidewalks. The bikes will cross here, go up north. We also have some sidewalk here. They can follow up on the north side if they choose to cross here, the skinniest section of the road, which is right here in Evans, the freeway stop, safest place for pedestrians cross. So you can see here, we basically have 2 drive aisles in the parking lane and the sidewalk, which is 8 foot wide. Continuing south across the river, we go back to the 10 foot multimodal path, which would be Crusher Fines path, 11 foot drive lanes, 4 foot bike lane. Getting the bike lane on the west side and not on the east side because this will suffice for a bike lane and pedestrian use. And then we have parking on the west side as well. Kind of closing here while we kind of went from the east side of the corridor to the west side of the corridor. It tended to lead itself for a lot less obstruction along this corridor, much wider, much more room to place the infrastructure we need to put in here with the multimodal path without relocating utilities or even dealing with trees in the corridor. These 3 trees here, you may or may not know, are right directly in line with any kind of path that would go on that side. This side of the street is also, or side of the corridor is much quieter, and also this side is much less loading. from a traffic standpoint. And then last but not least is the artist rendering we have. I don't know if everyone has seen this, but kind of gives you a decent little perspective of how the bridge will span from south to north. And with that kind of opens things up to questions here. So if anybody's got any questions, if you want me to go from side to side, I can, but that's essentially the gist of the whole project. And we are moving into 30% design in the next 2 weeks.
So I have a pointed question. Having gone through what we went through with the Second Avenue Bridge and all the easements agreements that we had to struggle with and the money that had to be paid, are we, are we going to have easement agreements with any of the property owners, either in the area of the bridge or the sidewalks? And number two, have we considered the infamous right-of-way consultant on this job to avoid any problems?
So CDOT requires that you do all that due diligence prior to design approval and certainly going out to bid. And the short answer is no, we will not have the issues you had on Second Avenue Bridge. The right of way here is over 100 feet, and our street sections and total width of section are 62 feet. So we fit well within that right of way, and there will be no easements required as well. Even temporary easements during construction will need to be vetted and approved by CDOT. Additional right-of-way to be purchased or acquired by CDOT, anybody obviously takes a long time and our schedule can't allow for it. So we went through that due diligence to determine we are safe and sound as far as that goes. So yeah, no issues with the right-of-way or easements on this project.
How many public meetings are scheduled in regard to this plan?
Right now, we don't have anything scheduled. We wanted to run it by you guys first, and then once we start to develop the design plans, we can get, particularly, we want to get more into the bridge design and what this is going to look like. The abutments are kind of probably the most, critical item for everybody to understand what it's going to look like. So we don't go build this thing and people are wondering what in the world this piece is and why we need it. So we want to get the design further along, and it'll probably be closer to 60%, which is roughly 6 weeks out at this point before we have a public meeting.
Let me reword that. How many public meetings are you planning to have in regard to this bridge?
I was expecting we'd have at least one, but does anybody think we should have more? But we don't have, I would say, Chris or Victoria, if you guys want to hear what you guys think we need, we don't have much planned other than one at this point.
And is the bridge straight down 4th Avenue?
Is it straight in?
I was under the impression that it had to be at an angle for some reason.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It is at an angle. So where am I at here? Not really showing there. There we go. That's kind of an angle you're working with here from the east side to the west side. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see anybody who might want to speak, but it's a workshop, and go ahead.
Do you have an estimated date of completion? I mean, do you think this will be done by like next summer?
No, we're talking about like this year. We're trying to get this thing done by the end of the year. We'll start construction in fall and should be done by late winter, early spring, if not sooner.
Okay.
Yeah,
to elaborate on that, we're going to get the construction started as soon as possible, and there certainly is the possibility for some restoration activities. It's hard to plant grass and that kind of stuff. Some of the restoration requirements, obviously, in December, January, so that may linger on into the spring of 2022. But the bulk of the infrastructure construction should be completed prior to that.
So I know you said you're planning on at least one public meeting about this, and I know that we don't need easements, but have the property owners who live closest to this bridge, have they seen these designs? Have you spoken to them to get any input, since it's going to be going right in front of their houses?
Personally, we have not. Murray Smith has, and I don't know if Victoria, if you've spoken to anybody over the last year or so about this.
No, we have talked to people over the last several years. It's not until this engineering study's been completed that they are now recommending which side things are on. So we will host, as we said, at least one more. But it's my understanding that engineering wise, this is the best way if we want both bike routes and the paths. I'm certainly willing to, we can host one or two more. I'm not sure at this point how much more input, how much more it can change from an engineering perspective, especially the bridge itself.
Yes.
Yeah,
Well, we also have some funding timing constraints too that we need to try and meet if we want to maximize and utilize all the funding sources that we have for this project as well.
and I would add to that too, that town staff in some of our kickoff meeting, I think, and subsequent meetings, we've discussed, really one formal public meeting as Joel alluded to, but we've talked about the possibilities of maybe, putting some actual physical wooden stakes in the ground to illustrate some of this, where the end of the bridge is going to be, where the end of the approach on the south side of the creek is going to be, and just put some of these physical markers in the field for people to look at. It may not be a formal organized field trip per se, but we would try to do something like that in advance of a public meeting to convey that information of where this stuff is going to go, and then try to have those discussions. But
I think that would be great.
That'd
be great to do that.
Yep.
I mean, this area right here is obviously going to be an issue with people parking. That's definitely something they need to be aware of. Pouring mulch in the right of way there, and something else we got to be aware of. So we know that's important. There's also a lot of fences along this side too, to kind of create, the right of way, if you will. So yeah, it's definitely going to be important to convey that to everyone, so they're 100% aware of what's going to happen.
Yeah, so on top of the public meeting and doing the staking, there will be some individual outreach where we feel it's critical or necessary, where it is going to change the use or their view or whatever, just to get, we'll do some direct communication as well.
And I would think some of this is that we do want to make sure the trustees are all aware and all on board, and that what this is. So when the homeowners do come to you, that you can explain why this is what needs to be done based from the engineering, or that you're aware ahead of time, and we don't run into concerns of trying to make some of the changes, so that everybody knows what needs to be done at the beginning.
So we don't just give them your phone number, Aaron?
You can, if you're going to give me the ability to make the decision.
Yeah, I think one of the lessons over all these years of recovery is how much and the timing of all that public input, because we have meetings and make decisions, and then when we get in the field, people request different things. And so it's really hard as the designers of this project to, you know, to do their opinion of cost and do their engineering and then to be in the field and have it change. So yeah, I think part of the approach they're taking this time around is to let the board see what they're planning and make sure we're answering any of your questions about it before we go out to the public.
And to ensure that we have your support on it, because as Victoria said, we've had public meetings for other projects, had minimal participation. And then we get on the field, we have the contractor out there, we're constructing, and then on the fly, we're making changes in the field. And it's just not very efficient budget and timeline wise. So we're just trying to be a little more proactive to get people on board and aware of, you know, what the plan is. And so we can be proactive in design.
Is this presentation available to the general public off the town website?
It can be after tonight.
I think that'd be a good idea. I was actually going to suggest that maybe we spend a couple $100 and put up a conceptual at the site. I mean, that right now that street gets a lot of traffic. So I think if people were aware of what was going on there, that might be helpful.
To follow up on that, yeah, the materials for this workshop, this is a public meeting, although public comment's not taken in it. So I took the liberty of emailing a link to the workshop materials and the Zoom information for tonight's meeting to a number of my friends in the confluence from flood recovery days. And they in turn emailed it. They have a whole group email list in the confluence because given what they went through in the flood, they communicate pretty well in that neighborhood. So the neighborhood was informed of the meeting tonight and given access to the materials. And so that process has already started. And if the town staff needs a way to communicate with most of the homeowners in the area, there are actively maintained email lists that the Confluence neighborhood has. And I can tell you who to get in contact with who has those.
That'd be great.
Couple of comments. In general, this looks good. My main question, you answered already, and then the mayor kind of followed up on it as well, which is why does this bridge need to be angled? And the explanation makes sense to me. You've got curves on both sides of it, and it's best not to have it come out in the middle of a curve. So it goes from the straight side of the curb on both sides of the street to the straight side on the other side. So it sure makes sense to me. An observation and kind of a question for maybe in advance of whatever public meeting or meetings are held. The presentation was divided into like 4 different sections. It says Main Street to High Street, and then Railroad Avenue to Broadway, and then the bridge to Park Avenue, and then Bone Park to Evans Street. There's one block that got left out, and that's Railroad Avenue to Park Street on the north side of the bridge. So if we're going to do a section by section presentation, I think we need to add that block rather than skipping it. Other than that, I like the general design. Like Trustee Miller, we've been actively seeking this for years, and the Confluence neighborhood has really wanted to be reconnected to the rest of town since the flood, and it looks like we're finally getting there, and this would be a great thing in general. And the details, I'm sure if the Confluence residents have particular things that they like or don't like, they will let us know, because they've never been shy on speaking out.
Yeah, and I'd like to add one more detail there, what you asked about the angle of the bridge and stuff and the length of the bridge. Certainly it was looked at, how can we shorten the length of the bridge, because obviously it's costly the longer it is, and different opportunities there. But you know, one of the driving factors obviously is the hydraulics of the creek, and we need to be elevated above those 100-year flood waters. And so when you take the elevation difference from the south side to the north side, and then you take in the freeboard required to pass the 100-year flood event and that kind of stuff, it gets it up in the air more than maybe you would want or prefer. I guess you can't just land on the kind of the elevation of the existing ground on the south side for that reason. And so that's what kind of requires this elevated approach to the bridge is really in relation to the flood. So
I can't wait to see the baby strollers off of the Fifth Avenue Bridge. Thank you very much.
Not genius, far from it. No, I'd like to thank Joel and Chris for all this and staff. I know as I came on the board in 2016, there was a long list of projects staff was working on. And of course, connecting the confluence back to town, as Pro Tem Browning has indicated, it's always been one, and we tried, and it was not as much of a necessity as Second Avenue Bridge, McConnell Bridge, some of the parks for our residents. But we always had this as, if we can find a way to get this done, we've got to get it done, we're going to. So I'm really glad we've gotten here. So thank you, staff. Thank you, Chris and Joel and your staffs, because this is really exciting. And this was, like you said, was on not the back burner, but on the bottom of the list of what we had to get done for flood recovery. So I'm really glad to see we've gotten here, and staff's hard work on grants and getting extra grants to get this funded is a big deal, and really appreciate it. So thank you very much. I do like the design. I like the look. I wish there was something else we could do with dropping in front of the former Joe Babcock's house. So close, but with the road the way it is, I mean, 2020 hindsight, it would have been nice to maybe put the curve of that street a little bit closer on that buyout property, but that was so many years ago already, and it's unfortunate, but I think this will look nice with some nice plantings. We have an ecology board that has a great list of plantings that are good for our climate and good for our soils. And I think we can hide it and make it look nice. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Any other comments? A shout out to staff also. Great going, Administrator Simonson. Give my regards to Director Mitchell, who was responsible for the grant. I appreciate it all very much.
Very welcome. As I'm looking at this rendering, Joel, with the bridge being so much higher than it was before, is there going to be any issues with those overhead wires?
No.
I see a pole on that rendering and it makes me wonder.
The short answer is no, because it's still clearing the other side of the bridge, and we're not going higher than the north side. We're just dropping down to the south side. So
okay. When I looked at that rendering, I'm becoming more and more aware of overhead lines. And I saw that on there and I was like, oh boy, I hope that doesn't mean we're going to have to figure that one out.
Honestly, I wonder if that rendering's correct on that, or if the artist got a little carried away.
No, I think there is a pole there. I can picture it. Aaron, I don't know if he's on here,
I was
but.
going to say, they're CenturyLink lines. We'll just tell CenturyLink to.
Oh, they're just CenturyLink. But yeah, we want to underground them now. Those are just CenturyLink, huh, on the east side of the road?
That's just communication. Yeah.
Shoot. I'm just looking. I'm just trying to really, watch for opportunities to get rid of those every chance we can, because every time we have winter storms and wind, we are always, hoping we've done enough on our maintenance end. So thank you.
Cool.
I have a question for Trustee Lowell. Trustee Lowell, it's Director Mitchell. Was your suggestion to take this artistic rendering and make it like a banner in terms of, say, 6 feet, 8 feet by 3 or 4 feet, and place it on our right of way so folks get an idea? Was that your recommendation?
Yeah, it was something like that. Although every time I look at this artist rendering, it takes me a while to get oriented because the houses don't match and the trees don't match. I was thinking more like the actual plan for the bridge. you know, not the rendering, but the actual plan for the bridge with some brief bullets about when it's expected to start. And I think if you put that right on the curve there, I mean, the foot traffic that comes down that road, just keep people informed.
Sure, I think that's a great idea because probably not as many people come to board meetings, but might see it. And we can do it that way. So thank you.
Probably have one on both sides of the river,
Yeah.
since you can't cross here.
Right.
There is also
think-
one of our big boards at Main Street and Fourth. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. That's true. We could do it on the visitors kiosk.
Yeah. Good
I
idea.
just thought it would be more effective if it was at the actual site of where the bridge is. That's all.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other comments? If not, I think it was a very successful workshop. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Great plan.
Thanks,
I guess
everyone.
Get to all get a little bit of a break before our meeting, huh?
Thank you.
Okay, see you in a little while. No, no. I gotta be careful about muting myself too. I'll start doing that better.
When you're doing it, I guess, I don't know why it's, I know why my mic, if it's a good mic, might pick up your voice from there. But why it's an internal speaker.
It picked up my voice when I called you a construction genius, and I was off.
Can you hear it? Like when he talks in, it comes back through my computer. I get like an echo.
Yeah, that happens now and then. I almost wonder, it doesn't always happen though. Well, I almost wonder if it's the feed internet type. I don't understand.
I need a coffee.
Oh, yeah.
Weird to hear.
Yeah, no, you're right. See
So
now,
I tried turning my volume down, but then I couldn't hear anybody else.
I turn my volume off because I can hear it from his computer, I can hear it from yours. Yanni or staff computers, like this computer, the microphone's down here, you get a piece of paper over it. This one, my new computer, it's all up.
I can almost never hear what Tracy says.
It's not her fault, it's town computer, but the microphone.
Yeah.
But now you get to know during the break time, Nick and I solve all the world's problems. In this
Well, I was gonna tell him, you know whose block that is that I asked about.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't mention any names, but I did it on purpose. When you're here, do you use that restroom or one over here?
I use either one, whatever's not used.
He comes back, I'll tell him. Yeah, I know. I wanted to try it down here, but I'm gonna.
Mary Angelo, FYI, your microphone is still on.
Oh.
I always tell him not to.
Okay, Mayor, did you have a good Easter?
You know what's fascinating? Greek Easter has to do with the full moon, and
It's on the Judeo calendar.
it's on the
Oh,
and it goes from being on the same exact day some years to being as much as a month apart.
Yeah, May 2nd this year.
And this year it's May 2nd.
okay. I'll
So
remember that.
the grandkids love it. They always get 2 Easters.
Yep. Yep. We did too. And my boys did.
American Easter, the brown chocolate with Greek Easter. Yeah.
But it was a great day. It was the weather was just like off the charts. And my granddaughter scored a touchdown in her first football game. She left him in the dust. I'll have to send you the link. I'll send you the link, Holly. She left him in the dust.
Not surprised.
And she cried for the first half until her father talked her into going in. Okay, we're almost ready. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're gonna wait till after the sirens are over. Wait for Trustee Miller now. Okay. All right. I'll call the Monday, April 5th, 2021 Town of Lyons Board of Trustees regular meeting to order. Could we please have the roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Rogan,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Present.
Parvis,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
and Trustee Miller.
Present.
Please all rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I
I
pledge
pledge
allegiance to the
the
flag
flag
of
of
the
the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
States,
one
one
nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. we take this opportunity to have a reflective moment of silence, and especially this meeting, I'd like to dedicate it to our first responders. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Does anybody wish to amend the agenda?
I do.
Trustee Wah.
I'd like to move item 13.1, the discussion and direction on planted bluegrass, to below item 14 to make it the new item 15, as I plan to recuse myself from that topic. That way I can just leave the meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Trustee Wah. Any further discussion? I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Wah,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The motion passes unanimously. The agenda is amended as stated. You may have to remind me where I make a mistake, Madam Clerk. Those numbers that Trustee Wah indicated are not the same numbers that I have on my agenda sheet, so just remind me at the time. This is now our time to participate with the public under audience business. If anybody in the public wishes to address the board on any issue other than a second reading that we have on Ordinance 1096, you may do so at this time. Please state your name and address for the record if you wish to speak.
Andrea has her hand raised, sir.
Thank you very much. Andrea, please state your name and address for the record.
Andrea Marshall, 218 High Street.
Go ahead.
I was very distressed to learn about the smart meter situation in town. I don't recall ever seeing or receiving a postcard. One of my neighbors showed me hers. I checked with a number of the other neighbors in town, and no one recalled seeing them or receiving them. I guess there are a lot of potential health effects that have not been fully studied yet. People with smart meters in their homes can have an increase suddenly of dizziness, ear pain, memory problems, heart palpitations, anxiety, sleep problems. Some RF radiation can cause severe burns. Other effects can be cancer, tooth problems, again, anxiety, agitation, headaches, migraines, cell mutations, testicular problems, and there has been proof that has shown that RFs are possibly carcinogenic or cancer-causing to humans. Many homes do not have their meters 10 feet or more from bedrooms or food sources, kitchens, and I happen to be in that number of people. So I have no choice but to opt out. My garage is a separate building, and it has a separate meter that has a utility bill that is usually only $13 to $15 a month. The rate of $30 for opting out to read just that meter seems way out of proportion to the bill. Is there some way I can read my own meter and have it periodically checked by someone in town, but not every month? You know, do you want to have a neighborhood meter reader instead of someone in the town? I am also concerned because in my speaking with the director of utilities for the town, Aaron Kaplan, I understood, as do others, that there was going to be a pulse once an hour every 24 for 24 hours. His article in the newspaper, the Lions Recorder, said that there would be just a pulse once a day. I would really like that clarified. There's a big difference there. And why was this not brought up before the town populace to give us options to decide if we wanted digital meters or keep our analog meters and phase them out slowly, or do it by neighborhood instead of the whole town in one fell swoop? Is this something that was propagated by MEAN, the municipal energy agency of Nebraska? Is this where that came from, or was it from someone here in town? The state of New Mexico has rejected smart meters. 15 counties in California have rejected them. California actually has an opt-out rate of $10 a month and $5 for income qualified residents. Vermont and New Hampshire and Kauai, Hawaii are opt-out free. And other states have a no fee for a doctor's, with a doctor's written notarized statement. Fairfax in Marin County, California, voted unanimously to pose a 3-year ban on smart meters. So I just think that a little more effort could have been put out to notify the residents. The departments at the town may have been aware of this, but our community doesn't always know what goes on behind closed doors. There should have been open discussion put out to the town more in the utility bills, instead of just a postcard when it is already like a done deal. For me to spend on 2 meters $720 a year to try to keep my health in a normal balance, instead of being hit by radio frequencies that are literally on the other side of my kitchen pantry and within 10 feet of a bedroom, just doesn't work for me. And I don't know how many, I know my other neighbors that did not want smart meters caved into this because of the $30 a month opt-out fee, which I was also told by town staff was intentional in order to discourage people from opting out. So I just wanted to put this out there, and I know you're already aware of my and maybe some other residents' concern about this, but that's where I am tonight to present this to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We don't normally respond to audience business, but please continue to communicate, especially with Administrator Simonson, because I spoke to her about this and we were thinking about some options that may help you out on this. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mayor Nick.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
I am. I'm trying to get on.
You're on, Mrs. Johnson. Your name and address for the record, please. I should have it memorized by now.
Yes, 306 Evans Lyons. Well, since I haven't been on the board, I've been kind of lax at watching what you're doing because I trust you. And so Andrea's my neighbor, and she came up with this. And all my life, I've heard about these radio waves, about cell phones, how you're going to go deaf and different things. And lo and behold, the town is putting in these smart meters. And if it's every day that happens, I think it's dangerous. And I think you should have had some discussions. And I think it's probably maybe because we haven't had a live newspaper who's sitting there checking up on you. But I think it is dangerous. Now, it doesn't affect me because I'm about 20 feet from my meter, but it should affect several. And I think it is dangerous, and I can't really believe that the town board is allowing it. So, thank you.
Thank you for your input. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam Clerk?
I don't see anyone else, sir.
Okay. Boulder County Sheriff's Report, Sergeant Bill Christ.
Hey, good evening, everybody. So first and foremost, thank you, Mayor, for dedicating this meeting to a moment of silence to all the first responders and victims of the recent tragedy in Boulder. By far, the worst day of my career, and the worst day for a lot of people, far above me. So I want to thank the board for the cards and flowers. That was very thoughtful. And I also want to thank just the overall support from the Lions community and everybody during this incident. It was, it's been rough 2 weeks. Okay, I have just a few things to discuss real quick. Later on this week, I'm going to meet with Chief Zick and go over just some, because of the shooting and incident, I could not make the swearing in, and my meeting with him had to be postponed several times. But now that things are calming down, I'm going to meet with the chief, and we'll discuss some of our working relationships and partnerships and ongoing things that connect us together with the fire and first responders and police. So I'll be doing that this week. Some people may or may not have noticed, but in my annual report, I introduced Deputy Jessica Yates to the team. She was going to be the night shift deputy on the backside of the week. We also have a second officer on the backside of the week. His name's Eric Robinson, and he's been around Lions for a long time. He was a canine handler for a long time, and they are paired up. Unfortunately, right now, Jessica, on her first day out during a defensive tactics training, sustained a boxing fracture to her hand. So she kind of has yet to be up here in Lions, but she's healing nicely, and we hope to see her soon. But we do have Eric Robinson up here on the backside nights. He knows the town very well, very proactive. He's involved with a lot of our extra duty stuff, traffic, festivals, and so forth. So I think most people will recognize him when they see him. So I just wanted to make sure that people were aware of that. So over the past week, it's obviously the weather's been very nice. I did get some reports that Laverne Johnson Park was busy, which we would expect. So we are doing some extra patrols there day and night as the people flood into our beautiful parks, that with Bond Park as well. So last Thursday, we did receive a noise complaint from Planet Bluegrass, and I just wanted to I wanted to bring this to everybody's attention because I was very impressed with their response. We received a complaint just right at 8 o'clock. It was, I think, 7:55. We received a noise complaint. I got a call from Eric Robinson immediately. I called Bluegrass immediately at 8:02. I received a message back from the folks that are running the festival and music over there. They cut their mains, they cut their subs. I'm not a music person, but I'm pretty sure that's volume and speakers. Received additional information from staff of what the music was and when it was going to be over. After that, we received 0 complaints. I just thought their response was admirable. They are very sensitive to the town and so on and so forth. So I felt that was necessary to bring to everybody's attention tonight. That is all I have for tonight's report.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Sergeant Christ, you are very dear to us. Please be careful out there.
Thank you, sir. I will.
Okay. Trustee reports. Trustee Rogan.
Thank you, Mayor. So a bit of a personal note here tonight. It's been about a year now since this board was elected. And I don't think any of us, when we decided to run for the Board of Trustees in January, had any idea what was about to happen for the past 12 months. So, for those listening who don't know, we've never met as a full board in person. We've never all been in the same room at the same time. And I hope that changes soon. I'll be at town hall in 3 weeks, which is 2 weeks after I get my second shot. So I'm looking forward to that. So we've had to deal with the pandemic, and we've had to deal with the wildfires, and we've had to deal with the upset due to Lion's Den, and now this shooting in what I consider part of our community, part of our wider community. And some of us are affected more than others. Some of us have lost friends and loved ones. And so with all of these multiple traumatic things happening, personally, I just want to remind everybody that kindness is really a balm. It really helps. And I want to give a shout out to Leaf for putting together their mental health assistance and their vigil on such short notice. And, on the EVC, we have a new chair, Paul Dreyer, who's great. And he's a wonderful leader. And he has this thing that he does at the end of every meeting where everybody has to go around and say one thing that they're grateful for. And I have to admit, the first time he did it, I kind of rolled my eyes and went, oh, geez, we're going to do that. But then I realized that it's really powerful. And it was really interesting to hear what everybody was grateful for. So I'm going to start doing that and, join in if you like. So this trustee report ends with me saying that I am so grateful for Crystal White. I am so grateful for her dedication. I had a chat with her in the park, maybe 3-4 days ago. I don't think I ever really realized how hard Crystal works for this town. And she goes above and beyond. And I feel like the next time we got something to name, we should think about naming it after her. So that's my report.
Thank you. Excellent. Trustee Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Trustee Rogan's sentiments exactly. The Ecology Board met on March 16th. The biggest topic of discussion was the implementation of the new weed management plan, and both the rumors and fact surrounding the application that Director Cosgrove was going to do this spring. It's become clear to me, having served on both of those boards, both the Ecology Board and the Parks and Rec Commission, that they need to have a meeting of the minds. There are some people on the Ecology Board who are very adamant about the non-use of any sort of synthetic herbicides. On the other hand, you have people on the Parks and Rec Commission, some of whom have experience, who hold the opposite point. They don't want to use synthetic but they understand that there's a need for them and they need to keep them in the toolbox. So at my suggestion, they are going to have a joint meeting so that they can iron out these issues, and hopefully there'll be a meeting of the minds on that. What am I grateful for? Well, I guess I'm grateful for modern medicine as I sit here with my new metal knee, but that's personal. I'll think of something better the next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I have nothing to report in terms of boards and commissions, but echoing what Trustee Rogan said, I have found it very frustrating to not be able to meet with fellow board members in person. It certainly inhibits communication time-wise and effective-wise. So I passed my 2 weeks after my second shot because I'm an old guy. So I'm down here at Town Hall tonight, and there are a little bit of technological challenges because of echoes with computers and stuff. So it's pretty hard. I think it's going to be pretty hard to have 7 computers and Zoom appearances by 7 different trustees at once in the same room. I don't know if that'll work, but I agree. I'd sure like for us to discuss soon when we could do an online meeting. And if all 7 trustees have cleared their second shot, I'm totally in favor of coming down here and resuming it live if technology will permit.
Trustee Curtis.
My report was taken care of by the staff reports with Ms. Sanders and Aaron Kaplan's information in the packet. So everything I need to say was mentioned in there. So that's it.
You're muted, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Wah.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with my gratitude. I'm actually grateful for the opportunity to have spent more time in the towns of Lyons during the last year, and to get to know some of my neighbors a little bit better and my family a little bit better and so forth. So that may be personal, but I think it's great for a lot of people in Lyons to get to know each other a little bit better over the course of the last year as an upside. I don't have anything to report specifically around committees, but I have been doing some research. And I would like to, before some other topics come up this evening, I'd just like to point out that last year in the town of Lyons, there were approximately 5,357 guest nights in the town campsites and campgrounds. And the town would have contributed $10,714 in lodging tax if the town held itself to the same standard that it expects to hold businesses to. That represents, if that amount had been paid, it would have been 61% of the total amount collected for the lodging tax in 2020. And that money, when it was originally, the lodging tax was originally stated, that money was asked to be sent to the EVC, not called that at the time, it was the EDC. And we were told that that money should go directly into the general fund. If you read the ordinance on the lodging tax, it does say that increased visitors cause tremendous impact to the town, roadways, and so forth. And that all of that money that is being withheld from the town from being collected, a tax that should be collected, that is $10,714 that could be used for things such as police escort or police guards, parking at multiple facilities that sometimes guests come to stay in. So, the town, again, is going to have a discussion about the importance and how important it is to get lodging tax in general in the town. I'd like to point that one business last year paid 65% of the $6,874 that was collected in lodging tax. One business. So this is not a tax for all lodging. This is a tax for business, and this is a tax that the town, who caused a tremendous more impact to the town facilities and infrastructure, as is laid out for the primary reason for the lodging tax. The town in another year has gone and cheated the town taxpayers, in my opinion, out of $10,714. Same thing in 2019. I don't have that number, but I would expect it to be around the same number. So I know we voted on this before, and apparently Mayor Pro Tem Browning says once we voted on something that we're never allowed to bring it up again in the last meeting, but I disagree. And I just wanted to have that meeting and come up with those specific numbers. You did say that, Mayor Pro Tem, last week, you said, we've already voted on this and you need to drop it. So I'm not dropping it, I'm bringing it up because it's $10,714 that the town is asking every other business in town that provides lodging but will not pay itself, and hides that money away in the general fund or in the Parks and Rec fund. So,
Trustee Wall, are you saying this in order to put a new agenda item on with regard to lodging tax, or what is the purpose of, I guess, this discussion?
I'm reporting on some research that I did as a trustee of the town of Lyons with regard to tax revenues. So that is my report. Thank you.
I think the essence of what Councilor said is, do you want this to be a discussion and a future agenda item, sir?
I would like to have it as an agenda item.
Okay, that's fine. Then take note of that, Madam Clerk. Trustee Miller.
I would also like to have that discussion. I don't really have anything to report that's new. I do have the Housing and Human Services meeting is coming up next Monday at 3:30 to 5:30 to be exact. We will be looking at goals for this year. Hopefully we'll be also looking at the Goodwill Fund prospects and seeing who has applied for that. Now, I would like to say what I'm grateful for, and I'm grateful for having some outdoor live music at Planet Bluegrass. It was an amazing few days to spend outside with my community again. And I'm very grateful for that to be taking place. It felt somewhat normal. I also felt like they did a great job with the COVID compliance thing. Exceptional, really. So just like to throw that out there.
Thank you. I don't have any commission reports because neither has taken place until, or will take place until this Thursday. But I was at the pinning of our new fire chief, and it was a glorious occurrence. Wonderful family. Got to see all the volunteer firefighters. So that was the one event that I went to. To be honest with you, these times have been so trying that it's very difficult psychologically sometimes. So my shout out, and the person who I appreciate the most is Sherry, who's our mental health expert in town and who helped put on the event at the park. She helped me through communicating with me through the tragedy in Boulder. The wonderful perk of the mayoral position is to be able to make appointments to commissions. It never ceases to amaze me, the talent that we have in our Lions community and the people that are stepping forward to take positions on our commissions. I'll appoint Laura Levy to the Economic Vitality Commission and Kobe Birchfield to the Utilities and Engineering Board upon the recommendation of the Park and Rec's chairman. Both are very experienced in their fields, and I feel fortunate to be able to make these appointments. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 2 under boards and commissions?
Yes, item 2 is the Lions Arts and Humanities Council update presented by Lauren Click.
Lauren?
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thanks so much for welcoming me tonight. I'm going to be very brief, but I'm just going to give you an update. And I do want to start showing some art, which I think is one of the best ways to start any kind of presentation. 1 second, please. So my first update from the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission is that we have selected the artworks for our temporary and some permanent 2021 sculpture program. So the works that you see here on top are part of our legacy donations, which means they will be permanent. This piece is by Erika Pacha. We're still looking for a wall. This was an example. It's a wheat paste, so it will eventually kind of slough off, but it does take time. It will look nice while it's doing that. And then this piece will be also, we're looking for a spot for it. Every piece that he makes is unique, so it will be a site-specific artwork for our town. We have, so we had this year enough funding for 6 sculptures. So we have 2 legacy pieces, which is amazing. And then we have 4 temporary installations. And Shutan will be installing this beautiful work. And then Jonathan is from Lions and he's building this for our town, I'm happy to say. We have yet to find places for these yet because we just decided this earlier last week. But excuse me. The last 2 pieces are by Jody Bliss and Reverend Marie Swanson. Both of these pieces, we think that these will go more down on Main Street. They're all beautiful. They're all well made. They're very safe for our town. And those pieces are also be 2-year installations. So you'll see coming soon and over the summer, we'll be taking down some pieces and returning some pieces. If you know of a business that's interested in having a work in front of their business, please reach out to us. We're always happy to work with them to find something that would fit really well with whatever they have in mind. Just a few more updates from the LAHC. The legacy sculpture, which means a permanent sculpture that was donated to the town called Cultural Crossroads by Eileen Turnbull, was installed at the picnic shelter in Laverne Johnson Park. A huge thank you. I saw Cosgrove was on here. Thank you so much, Cosgrove, to you and your staff and to our LAHC staff. It was installed recently. We have opened a Town of Lions Poetry in Public Places contest. So if you know any poets, please spread the word. We will be taking poetry and putting it up in local businesses and around in local places after it's voted on. So keep an ear out, but please spread the word to any poets that you know. Today, we closed the call for artists for the creative outlets. Those are the paintings on the electrical boxes. So the next one, we have several applications. The next one is also Laverne Johnson Park. That will be painted in the next month or 2. And then finally, I have to say huge thank you to Trustee Miller because she gave us so much of her time. We can be a little time consuming. Thank you so much for all of your time and support. with our commission. You're going to be coming to other events. I know that, so I'm not worried about it at all. I'll see you at other stuff. But that means that we do have space for a trustee if we have a representative. If not, I'm also completely happy to come and give these little brief updates, put bullet points in your meetings. It's really whatever is going to be best for you, just to be sure that you remember all of the great stuff that we have going on here.
Thank you for your report. Are there any questions for Lauren? Trustee Rogan.
Thank you. Hey, Lauren. Hi. I'm really intrigued by that first piece that you showed, that painting. Would you send me the artist statement? Or maybe you can just tell us a little bit more about it.
Sure. This is called Women of the Plains. So I can send you more about it. She submitted 3 pieces and we selected this one. She takes portraits of friends, colleagues, local women. She's based in Boulder and does these like overlay pieces, and then they're all wheat pasted. And there are a few in Boulder too. I'd be happy to send you the description. She'll explain it better than I will, but I'm so glad that you like it. If you know of a good spot for it, let us know.
Any other questions for Lauren? Thank you, Lauren. Moving on to staff reports, flood recovery update.
Evening, everybody. I'll just do a quick highlight of where we're at with projects. Second Avenue Bridge, about a week and a half ago, we had a successful deck pour. So that was a big milestone to get that concrete poured on the deck. Now they're working on finishing up the riprap around the abutments. We've got several retaining walls that we've got to finish, working on bridge approaches, curb, gutter, sidewalks. But right now we're still on schedule. So that's really great, which is the end of June. The pedestrian bridge, you guys all got an update and highlight on that in the workshop. So it looks like we'll have a 30% design here in the next week and a half on that. The outfall extension, that's been constructed since 2018, and we've been waiting on a permit to connect it. So CDPHE is finally ready to issue the permit. So we have the final connection portion out to bid and hope to have that award on the next board agenda so we can move forward with and complete that project. And the stormwater project in Bone Park, we're just working on design, getting really close to 30% there. Backup power, that's in environmental review. And then we're looking into whether we're going to need to file a LOMAR, which is a letter of map revision for the floodway and floodplain. So we're doing a little research on that and working with CWCB if that's necessary. And if we do need to do that, we're going to have to find some funding to get that work completed, but don't know yet. So that's the overall flood recovery update. Does anybody have any questions?
I have one.
Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Lowe.
So you were talking about the stormwater project in Bone Park.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not familiar with that. And in relation to that, were you talking about a LOMAR for the stormwater project?
I'm sorry, the LOMAR is for all of the flood recovery work that's happened from 2013 until we're completed. So it'll be any infrastructure that we've done within town limits that may affect the floodplain mapping. So sorry I wasn't clear on that. The Bone Park, I'm sorry, what was your question on the Bone Park?
I wasn't familiar with the stormwater project in Bone Park. Where is that? Where is it located?
It's right at the entrance there. You know, we have a lot of sheet flow coming, you know, from the west in, and then we have that ditch that's running along the east side. So there's a lot of water there, and we have 2 detention ponds there. So we're looking at increasing those and adding some larger size piping to convey more of the stormwater that comes down towards that entrance of the park. I'd be happy to provide additional information in the next meeting or separately if you want me to send over a conceptual design.
No, thank you for that. I'm familiar with that area. Would any of that flow go under Second Avenue and go along the side of the LDS property and then
Yes.
dump into the ponds?
Yes, a portion of it would. A portion of it may still go straight out to the river, and a portion may go under Second Avenue into that LDS ditch area and deposit into the ponds, the McConnell ponds we have there.
Great. Okay, thank you for that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Go ahead, sir.
You partially already answered one of my questions I had written down. It's with the LOMAR that we have to go out for funding. Whether you or Victoria remember, is this LOMAR mapping different than that flood mapping, the updates that just came out recently? And also roughly, just a ballpark, what would it cost us if we have to do this? Kind of, are you talking, $10,000? Are we talking 50, 60,000?
Would you like me to answer that, Trace?
Victoria can answer the mapping question, but I've done some research, and if we have to do a LOMAR for all the work that we completed, a very conservative estimate is $200,000 to $300,000. That's conservative, and we may not have to do it for every project. That's why we're working with CWCD to understand what types of changes would cause a LOMAR, because we have done a no rise for every project. So we're hoping that we won't have to file, but there's some other parameters that they consider as well. So that's what we're going to work with them on. And then I'll let Victoria answer the mapping question because she's more familiar with that.
So as you know, the what we've been calling the CHAMP mapping, which is the Colorado Hazard Mapping Project, occurred, the LIDAR radar of the area occurred several years ago. And since that time, we've completed more projects. So those projects are not included in the current CHAP map that we're getting ready to adopt. So as Tracy was saying, we've always done a no-rise certificate on every project. However, under a LOMAR, we also have to report if we've lowered the river more than 3 inches. And that is the case in some areas. So it changes that CHAMP map again, if that is the case. So Tracy and I are, and Chris Jane with Murray Smith, we're the ones working on this project with the state. They know that if we have to do another LOMAR, that we will be trying to locate funding to do so. And it could affect the community in good ways in some areas, and it could make it worse in others. So like every time we do new projects, it has an impact on your neighbor.
Any chance we'll know by the time we go into budget sessions in August?
Oh yeah, I think we'll know here in the next month. And if need be, we might, maybe if we accept any of this infrastructure money, maybe we can include this project in that. But we are working with them because we got 2 different answers from the 2 people at the state. One said, no, if you did a no rise, you're good. The other said, no, if these projects were after the CHAMP modeling, then we need to do it again.
Okay, so, thank you very much.
Could you please reiterate the cost of the LOMAR for me, please?
200.
Yeah, sorry, very conservatively, 200,000 to 300,000. And we've already kind of put the word out that may be some funding that we will need. So we're already kind of making some connections there if it's needed.
Okay.
And so that might have to be at the very high end of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Tracy? Utility update, sir.
Hello, Mayor and trustees. So in my report, we started with the general utilities update. And just to give the update on the water utility, we did finally get that 6-inch pressure reducing valve in. And it has made a significant improvement to the pressures on that north side of town. And the stormwater utility, I just wanted to go through and list a number of the projects and improvements that have been made over the past year. So I included some of that in the report there. On the electric utility, we are halfway through the new meter installations with about 600 installed. With the Second Avenue undergrounding of the electric lines, if you haven't seen, are underground. We still just have the communications, but the southern side of that project is set to start next week. And so potentially by the end of the month, the communication lines might be underground also. So then before I went on to the wastewater report, were there any questions on the general utilities report? And so then in the wastewater report,
Aaron,
Go ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Go ahead.
I didn't really have a question. I had a comment, and I was going to thank you for proactively addressing the electric meter situation and providing some information that's often missing on social media, including things like this has been discussed over and over and over for years. Every budget year, we discuss it. Every year, we tell the citizens, pay attention to what's in the budget because it's a big deal. There's specific notes about this project, and I think the last 3 or 4 budgets, it's been well publicized, well discussed, and postponed, and money allocated between years, and it's not something that was just advertised in a postcard. And it's been, I don't know how you can address anything more often and more extensively than we did with that. And I just wanted to thank you for, once again, putting that information out to the public. You can put the information out, but you can't make them read it. So thank you for that report.
You're welcome.
And I'd like to add one other thing. The pressure valve on Fifth Avenue. Terrific job, Director Kaplan. And going from 900 gallons per minute to 4,000 gallons per minute makes that neighborhood extremely safe now. Thank you, sir.
You are welcome. We still have more to do around town always, but at least we are making progress. So on the wastewater report, I did want to go through again that we are in particular emphasizing still have concerns about the copper until we finally switch to the new permit and can find out what that new permit has. We do have to really work on that. And so I do have our wastewater operator out testing in a number of locations to try to see if there was something that was being missed, to verify the facilities that we have been working with, to try to double check and make sure we're not missing something there. That gets to be a little bit of a conundrum because it sounds like it's not as much of a concern going forward. But again, we have to still do that until we get this outfall switched over. So that's why we do want to really make sure we work on that. Hopefully you will have the construction approval documents at the next board meeting to finalize that outfall. So just to sort of emphasize that we really want to get that done as quickly as possible because the state will go forward and grant the new permit with just 3 days notice. They decided that they needed to have the exact date that we would switch over. It wasn't known at first that that would be what would happen. It was assumed we would be granted one permit while we still had the other permit. Even some of the higher ups there at CDPHE were not aware of how this would work when we were just transferring the permit. So we got stuck there. In addition to that, we have, well, it's mostly in the report. I suppose I would leave it just to, do you guys have any questions on what was in there? The re-rating or any others? Yes, Trustee Lowell.
Thanks, Director Kaplan. I'm reading through the permit narrative conditions report form, and in part E, this is more of a comment. I think we've talked about this before, but it indicates here that the new outfall location under the individual permit showed a copper limit of more than 5 times higher than the limit at the current location, a limit that the town has had no problem staying well under. So you seem to be saying that with the new permit, we can put in 5 times as much copper as we could just a half a mile upstream. Now, I know there's bureaucratic regulations at play here. To the average person who looks at that and I go, well, hold on a second. So we can put in 5 times as much copper a half mile further downstream. We couldn't do it upstream, but we can do it downstream. That's okay. The only comment I would make is that given the environmental effect of excess copper on aquatic life, regardless of what the limit is at the new outfall pipe, I certainly hope that we continue to pursue to find out and investigate where that copper level is coming from. I think I read somewhere in the report that there was a consideration that it could be residential copper, which I find a little somewhat spurious. I'm sure most of the older houses in town are lined with copper. I would think that that would have been a problem going back years and years, because eventually those copper pipes become coated on the inside, and I don't think any more copper leaches out because of the coating that's on the inside of the pipe. Anyways, so that's just a little editorializing by me here, but I certainly hope that even though the copper limit is going to go up, I hope we continue to pursue that just for the sake of the river.
Okay. And to note on the copper, just so it was clear, the copper levels haven't gone up recently to cause these violations. We were not required to meet them until just last year. Before that, we just had to report. And just so it's clear to everyone, that was, it didn't change, and we had them come into effect now that all of a sudden we had higher copper. What we're seeing in our limits is what we have had, and it's then only become an actual permitted regulation last year.
I was muted before, but I'd like to ask you about the March 19th letter. The first thing it states is it looks like to me that the copper violation penalty per day has skyrocketed, sir. Has that letter been answered?
Yes, that's what the other one in the narrative document that's included in there is what was sent. And while it's dated before, there was an earlier letter from CDPHE, and then you'll notice the little sticker on the letter that's in here that says you may have received a similar letter. Well, I emailed them after to check and see if they needed more than this narrative that I had sent. And they said no, that the state realizes that the town is working with them. That's why I did include in there, I thought, a copy of the email. Actually, on the first page of my report in section 2, I included the response from the division on the letter, that letter I wrote was acceptable as a response for that March 19th letter.
Okay. In the future, just because of the way I look at things like this, if you have a letter, are you telling me that we didn't send it to the Department of Public Health and Environment on Lyons letterhead, but it was an email?
They asked for an email. One, you have to send them the document you see there as pages 6, 7, and 8 is the permit narrative conditions report.
Okay.
And that's what gets sent to them. and Ally, who is at CDPH, asked for that to be attached to an email. Normally, they do require the original to be sent to them, mailed, and she asked for that to be emailed.
Okay. And to get back to Trustee Lowell's concern in regard to aquatic life and fish, am I to understand that the outfall and perhaps the justification for higher copper levels is because it's on the other side of the Longmont Water Facility ditch?
That would be some assumption. Although, again, I've mentioned once before, the water limit for the copper limit in the water, in the drinking water, is actually 1,000 micrograms. It's in milligrams. So the copper level in the creeks is much more of a concern because it can do much more harm at smaller levels.
Right.
So it is a concern there. So it didn't fit exactly that they were concerned about that level in the drinking water. Again, our drinking water can have 1 point something, I don't have it in front of me, milligrams, which is 1,000 and something micrograms. We cannot have more than 2 micrograms in the wastewater effluent for some reason. So I tried to find out a little bit more about what was going on here. And I couldn't get too much information until our permit was issued. I will say I had one of the engineers tell me, though, that actually some of it has been that it appears that there's not as much of a concern about copper since the flood. They don't know exactly what happened, but something maybe changed in the flow of the creek. And so there's not as much copper in the creek in general. Again, this was just in a conversation. I don't have it specifically in writing. So it appears to have changed because if the copper is high, then smaller amounts are going to be more of a concern. If the copper was low, it wouldn't be.
Thank you. Trustee Lowe.
Yeah, that's an interesting discussion, Director Kaplan. But I'm curious, is the permitting authority aware that where our wastewater, our new outfall is going to be dumping into a river that is basically dry for 3 months of the year? Because the Highland Ditch Company sweeps the river January through March. So whatever we're putting in the creek below the Highland Dam is no longer diluted by the normal flow that goes through there. So in point of fact, to the uninitiated, it would seem that the copper levels are going to be elevated because there's no water in the river. It's just taking the flow in the river is essentially going to be our wastewater with its attendant copper level.
Agreed. One would think that that was going to be more of a concern. And we do have to actually move our, it's called the ambient. It's mostly for temperature, but we do have to move our monitoring. We have to have something in the creek upstream that monitors the creek before the wastewater comes in. And so we do have to move that down just below the Highland Dam when we move the outfall, so that they will be taking that into consideration. They are aware, they require the GPS down to like thousandths or 10,000ths of where that outfall is going to be. So they are very aware, at least they should be, of everything right there. So it has been very strange to try to understand some of it. It appeared some of our regulations dictate things for us in the South St. Vrain, whereas our current outfall is not in the South St. Vrain. It is downstream of the confluence. But rather than try to get into a lot of those legal, on the old side, I didn't want to get into a whole bunch of arguments with CDPHE since we're trying to move to the new permit. But yes, they should be aware, and we are also aware of the less water below the Highland Ditch.
Go ahead, sir.
Thanks for your report, Director Kaplan. Very informative. On the copper issue, it stated, we mentioned in there where we have to go and look. Or is Ramey actually going and looking again after the latest letter to see where our copper levels are in our lift station pits and things again, even though we know we're going to switch out within a couple months?
I was going forward and I did request to have them test at the lift stations. I actually had them first, we're cleaning the lift stations and then trying to test. But yes, I was, with the concern of the violation amount, I thought it prudent to do all we could for that little, the testing is not that costly compared to.
Okay, that was my next question, so that ratepayers know. I know we've discussed this before in the UEB meetings, but since people like to, don't always pay attention to our meetings, it's good to know that even though we just checked, and we did our annual check that Victoria Simonson is reported on there to go through town check copper levels. Once again, we have to do another one as long as it doesn't cost that much. That's good to know. And as you mentioned earlier, and Attorney Dittman has talked about this with his knowledge of water and EPA, that the copper levels weren't an issue because smaller utilities like ours weren't required to report or check as much. It just slowly, as EPA puts new guidelines down, it starts with large municipalities and it works its way to lower ones. And it just hit us last year, as you mentioned. At one time, it was mentioned there were some others that we don't have to really watch at this time, but will be coming online that we will have to watch. Could you, since we actually have some people on our meeting from there are ratepayers, could you state that, either one of you, real quickly, just what some of those other chemicals and things we will be monitoring, watching, and spending money, making adjustments for in the future, in near future?
The biggest one would be, or the first one coming up, is temperature. We'll have a limit on the temperature, but that will change drastically too with the new outfall location. We're also under the general permit. I have to go back now and have a better understanding. I was hoping to have the permit on exactly how the limits work there, because they don't work the same way as they do in the individual permit. So some of those items that are listed in the individual permit will not be there. So I've been told our new permit will not have a copper limit at all. It will not have any limits. It will have something called wet testing, WET testing, where you have to actually take samples and they put it through to see what bacteria are killed by this sample and what concerns there are from that. So there will be some more drastic changes that I'm still getting the full understanding are. But from the engineers, all of it should be not as much of a concern, and we have had no problem meeting these. Ammonia is one that was talked about quite a bit also as being a concern, and we've had no problem being way under the ammonia limits for it. There, phosphorus, I thought, was one coming on. And then there's some other chemicals.
Yeah, and then eventually pharmaceuticals.
Nutrient sampling is what's been talked about. I mean, there's always kind of an ever expanding list of these things. So
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's just something that we as a board and as citizens are going to have to deal with our rates and our plan expansions and bonding in the coming years. So I just like to get it out there so people are aware of it and it doesn't surprise them when it happens and rates go up. So appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Director Kaplan? Mayor Pro Tem?
One quick one, and we'll probably get into this at the next meeting, but the final connecting section to the new outfall that you said we're going to bring a contract on, is that going to be a joint expense between Lyons and Longmont? The outfall project, there's been a share of the expenses, or is that our responsibility?
Tracy's on the phone.
Go ahead.
Okay, I can answer that. So the decommission of the temporary outfall will be paid for by FEMA. And the additional cost to make the final connection will be billed to City of Longmont. So there should be no cost to the town on that.
Good, thank you.
Any other questions for Director Kaplan?
And then the final update, I didn't have in a couple of items that I didn't have in the report, just to mention we are still waiting on the contract from DOLA for Longs Peak. Did you want to get back into something else, Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, okay. So just to let you know, once that comes in, we should be looking at moving forward with trying to get the contract to do the Longs Peak project. And I have been working, another project coming through town is CDOT, or a company for CDOT, putting fiber. So they will be boring, and for us, it affects all the way from 66 and 36 all the way through town, and they are then running all the way up Highway 36 to Estes Park. And it turns out they are putting up small cell towers all the way up the highway. So one question I did have, I don't know, Attorney Dittman, does our municipal code have any bearing on the CDOT right-of-way? There will be 2 towers that will be in the town of Lyons.
If it's
So
within
I
town,
wondered,
if it's within town limits, there are telecommunications facilities that need to be permitted under the town's telecommunications code.
so even in CDOT's right-of-way,
Yeah, it's land use approval. It's not right-of-way approval. And so if it was right-of-way approval, there'd be a separate process in addition to the land use approval. Now, there's all sorts of, we've talked about it in the past, there's all sorts of, potential issues with the small cells in terms of the land use side of things. And there's timelines we have to abide by and so on and so forth. But yes, I mean, they would need land use approval for those facilities, even if they're located in CDOT right away. Is it CDOT that is putting them up, or is it usually there's an exception for governmental towers, or is it a private entity that's just going into CDOT right away?
they said they are doing it for CDOT, the company. It doesn't say it's CDOT doing the construction.
But no, who will be the owner of the small
Crown
cells?
Castle is the name of the company.
Oh,
that
yeah.
I've been,
Crown Castle is a private entity that sells to providers like AT&T or Verizon, and so those will need to be permitted.
okay. So we'll have to bring that forward. I'll have to let them know of that process. In the beginning, they were just telling me about the fiber nodes that they were bringing up to Estes. But now
Yeah.
I've just received information on this.
Yeah, and the fiber, redundancy is great because Estes has had huge problems with fiber cuts and losing all connectivity, for going forever essentially. So having it redundancy has been a great thing.
And then Longmont will also be in town working on their water line. They were working last fall, and that project is still ongoing. And so they may need to do a couple of excavations still, one of them possibly right in front of Town Hall or right near Town Hall, and the other one over at Second and Railroad. And then they're also going to be working on their pump station, although that project, the pump station that is to go into the parking area across from the fire station, the actual pump station is scheduled for the fall. I don't know how early they will start prepping for that, but we have been working, getting reports on that. So there will be some projects going through town from other entities. That's my report.
Any further questions for Director Kaplan? Thank you, sir. You've been very busy. Administrator's report.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to start with a quick COVID update because the information is kind of changing regularly right now. I think all of you are aware that the governor has amended the state order. However, I want to remind you that as part of Boulder County, the Boulder County order controls locally, and Boulder County is still in a level yellow. Our case numbers continue to rise. And until May 5th, masks are still required in indoor public spaces throughout Boulder County, regardless of group size or vaccination status. The face coverings are no longer required in outdoor settings, though they're recommended if you're with people that are unrelated. So I do want to clarify, I've heard several of you talk about being anxious to come back to town hall. As of right now, if you're in a public setting as a group, you are still required to be wearing masks. So I just want to clarify that a little bit. I know people are anxious. Once we get to what they call level green, which is after yellow comes blue and then green. Once you are in the green level, you can choose to opt out of the indoor mask requirement. But until then, that's still a requirement indoors. So I just want to make you guys aware of that. Currently, we're at 37% of eligible Boulder County residents being vaccinated. The main, and that 16 years old and older, of course, are now eligible for the vaccine. The one statistic that is still very concerning to the community at large is the trend in suicide attempts raising dramatically. We are at 36% higher this year than in the first 12 weeks of last year. And they are seeing a 70% increase in very young people, 10-year-old to 17. So those are all things, as we talked about LEAF and the support they provide for our community mental health wise, to continue to support their efforts as this is a trend we don't like seeing the direction that it's going. So that's all I was going to mention about COVID for now. We're keeping our eyes out. We still go to the meetings several times a week, so I'm trying to stay on top of that. We are going to be hosting a Lions vaccination clinic, and that is going to be, I gotta look at the date so I get it right. Saturday, April 10th, and Saturday, May 8th will be the second dose. And you need to visit LEAF's website if you want to get registered for that. They're going to have availability of 250 doses locally to give to our residents who might have trouble getting to another location. So that's a good news. We also continue to have our Friday testing at the Latter-day Saints Church. In regard to Summit Housing, on Friday last week, they did turn in their final plans and their building permit application packet. So now it will undergo the final review by each of the departments. And while they are working on their closing of their financial paperwork, they are wanting to get through all the approval process simultaneously while they're working on their funding. Their hope is that by the end of May, early June, that they will be able to begin construction, and are anticipating that construction will be 13 to 16 months. But they are moving forward. In regard to current development, we do have some development that is in progress. The Adventure Lodges continuing forward on their beer garden outdoors to the east of the building. Spirit Hounds Distillery is planning a new 2-story building to expand both their manufacturing area as well as their seating area. And then we have received an application for what is called Igati, which will be the new marijuana dispensary next to Spirit Hounds that will be building a new building there as well. So those are 3 developments in progress, as well as a half a dozen or so that are in the early stages, meeting with staff and finalizing their plans. From a business perspective, the revolving loan fund that the town oversees has been so successful since the flood. We continue with 21 current loans are all out right now, assisting businesses, all of which are on schedule for their payback. We do want to let the business community know that we currently have $74,000 as a balance to be able to loan out. So if there are businesses in town that could use a little assistance on a project, the town might be able to help out at a no interest loan that continues to revolve in our community. And then just two other quick reminders. Want to let people know that April is dog licensing month here in town. It is a requirement that if you have a dog, that it be licensed. And what that does is it shows us that your dog is licensed and has had its rabies vaccination. Technically, no dogs are to be in the dog park unless they have a tag, so that we know in those public settings that they have been vaccinated against rabies. There are discounts going all throughout April, and that fee does help support our dog cleanup stations and those bags throughout our different parks. So important that we give back in that way. We're also going to start a campaign this week on cleaning up after your dogs. Yay, Trustee Lowell says. That'll be kind of a campaign this month as well. And we want to inform people that bears, a bear has been spotted in the area. So the bears are on the verge of coming back out after hibernation, and they will be hungry. We want to remind people that your trash is your responsibility. Please keep your trash locked up until just prior to it being picked up, or get a bear-proof container that can be used outside. Bears that come into town and get into trash end up oftentimes being put down, and none of us want that to happen. So the season is starting again. And then last, of course, but not least, I want to do a shout out to Dave Cosgrove. He has hit his 20 years of service to the town of Lyons. I am grateful for that service, and want you to know that we're doing a little spotlight in the newspaper on what's occurred since he's been here, and things that he still has on his list that he'd like to get accomplished. So a thank you to Dave Cosgrove for his service to our community over the last 20 years. So questions, I see Trustee Miller.
Trustee Miller?
Oh, no? Okay, she just had her hand up.
I was waving my child away. He was trying to hit me with
Oh,
it.
sorry. Trustee Lowell does.
Trustee Lowell, go ahead.
Yes, thanks. Thanks for the report. Since this is the first time for many of us on the board going through a major subdivision like Summit, could you give us a little clarity onto what the process is? That you indicated that they pulled a building permit application packet. So do they need to build Carter Drive and the underlying infrastructure before they even start banging nails and digging foundations?
Yes, they will do it in that order. So we will hold a letter of credit basically for the public infrastructure improvements. Those will be, so that will include everything from water, sewer, stormwater, electric, gas will be Excel, of course, the roadways, the storm drainage. All of that has to be approved by our engineers and eventually will be accepted by the Board of Trustees as an asset on our public infrastructure list. And then they will start building buildings.
So the permits that you speak of are not necessarily for the buildings. They're for the other aspects of the development.
Yeah, first it's the review of the detailed engineering drawings, yes. But this what they submitted is several hundred pages, so it's lots of details. It does have detail on both the single family and the multifamily as well as all of the other plans.
And just one last question. Whither the four-way stop sign? I noted that the flagging had been put out like a couple months ago. Is that going to happen?
They were last I'd heard, just last week, actually, I heard that they had, they were waiting for the signs to come in. I don't know if, I see Dave Cosgrove is on the line. I don't know, Dave, if you have an estimated time of installation, but I know it is prior to construction.
Trustee Rogan?
Yes, thank you. Congratulations, Director Cosgrove. I hope that we can have a celebration in a park or something sooner rather than later. The only question I have is about tree limb pickup this spring. Somebody was asking me whether the town is doing it.
I know the SFC is looking at potential of a spring cleanup. I don't know if Director Mitchell is on the line or not, or someone from that committee. I have not specifically heard about another tree limb pickup, though that would occur as part of spring cleanup, usually if we do have it.
Trustee
Are you
Rogan.
there?
I am.
Oh, there she
Hi.
is.
Go ahead, Pam.
Hi. Yes, we are. We budgeted for a tree limb pickup this year, or actually the Board of Trustees did. So we will be having one. We're still working through. The SFC is going to meet on Thursday. One of the pieces we need to try to find out, and we're talking through it, is a way to get some labor in lieu of the jail crew. And we have some ideas, maybe using outside independent kind of contractors or temporary firms, if we can do that, to have the spring cleanup day in May. But there'll definitely be a limb pickup at some point. The date still needs to be determined. I think it's really helpful for those who can, if we can get more at the event, just from a, what's the word? It's more cost effective if for those who can bring their limbs, if we can, than going house to house. But we'll definitely be doing both this year. They're both budgeted for. If we can't do the date in spring because of mask and social distancing and labor, we will probably pull it off in the fall. So I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions for Administrator Simonson? We'll move on. Legal update, Counselor?
Thank you, Mayor Angelo. I have 3 issues I want to briefly discuss with the board, or report to the board on. The first, I sent an email on Friday, but I want to just remind you that a couple updates regarding pending legal matters. First, with the concern of Paul Freisig, Mr. Freisig did confess judgment to the town on the $20,000 he owed for unpaid lease amounts and also attorney's fees. Mr. Freisig's attorney decided to sign that order. And Mr. Freisig did drop off a $2,000 check, the first of 10 payments he owes the town for those amounts. And then just today, the court did issue an order making the confession of judgment an official order of the court. And so if there were to be any breaking of the payment schedule that's laid out in that document, it would be a contempt of court charge in addition to breach of contract. So that's the update on the Freisig matters. Aren't any questions on that one?
No.
Okay, so I'll move on briefly to Honeywell. It's public now. There's a public document in file at the Boulder County Court that Honeywell has asked that our complaint in that court be dismissed, or in the alternative be stayed, pending any arbitration. We will be filing a response to that and about why it should stay in Boulder County Court, or Boulder District Court rather. But if not, it'll move on to arbitration. So that's the update on that one. Pretty self-explanatory. Third, I wanted to update the board on a case that came out of the Colorado Court of Appeals as some relevance to us, as it's right in our backyard. And this has to do with Save Our State Brain Valley, which has come and presented to us before. They essentially sued Boulder County over a decision to allow a special use permit by Martin Marietta Company, which owns a gravel mining pit pretty close to here, pretty close to lines, I should say. Some on lines tonight. And essentially, the special use permit was granted with a condition that if it were to not be used for 5 years, then the special use permit would expire. And what essentially had happened, from my understanding from reading the court decision, is economic downturn happened in 2007-ish period. We all remember mining activity ceased for some period of time. But instead there was, various reclamation activities happening on the property. And the Save Our St. Vrain Valley group, eventually asked Boulder County for an opinion whether or not the special use permit had essentially expired because of the 5-year, there has to be activity in a 5-year period or it expires. And Boulder County issued an opinion that it had not expired. And there was eventually a Board of Adjustments decision on this, and it was a split vote, but they held that the special use permit had not expired because of the reclamation activities that occurred on the site. And that went to a district court a few years ago. The district court sided with Boulder County and basically ruled that the reclamation activities constituted, use under the special use permit, and therefore the permit did not expire. And then just a couple of days ago, last Thursday, the Court of Appeals for Colorado issued a decision overturning the district court decision and saying that their interpretation of the Boulder County Land Use Code was that special use permit required actual mining, not just reclamation activities. And so the Boulder County Court has ruled that permit has essentially expired and that Martin Marietta is no longer permitted to mine on that site. There isn't an order for remand for some additional fact finding on this, so the decision could be altered somewhat. But I just wanted to update the board since the right is in our backyard, and St. Vrain Valley has come and talked to the board before that this case has happened, and at least it appears now, unless there's an appeal or unless there's additional fact finding at the district court level, that the Martin Marietta gravel pit mining operation can no longer continue unless they go back to Boulder County for a new special use permit. And so that is that decision. It's kind of an interesting decision because it's one of the first times that CML can recall that a Court of Appeals has basically overturned a BOA decision on interpreting its own code. So somewhat of an interesting decision, and it has relevance to us given how close it is to Lions. Any questions on that one, or
any questions for Counselor? Seeing none, we'll move on. Madam Clerk, could you please read item 9 under public hearings and ordinances into the record?
Yes, this is the second reading of public hearing of ordinance 1096, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, repealing and replacing chapter 6, article 1 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning business license updates.
Counselor, I know we've been through this a few times, but could you just update us for the record, please?
Yeah, of course. So this is a business license code update that we did mostly in response to some deficiencies we found in the existing code, namely that there was really no procedures for revoking a business license. There was no standards for renewal. There was no standards really for granting a business license. The existing code basically says if someone applies for a business license and it contains all the relevant materials, then the clerk shall grant it. And that's basically all she wrote. And so the idea was to update it to, really reflect some of the realities that there may be a time when there may be a need to consider whether a license should be renewed for, repeated violations of the code, or whether a license should be revoked for repeated violations of the code. And so that was the primary intent of the update. In order to draft this, we did look at a number of codes from around the area, both statutory towns and from home municipalities or in our area. Since our last meeting, I did have a chance to talk to CML some more about, business licenses and how it's being administered across the state of Colorado. And CML believes that, our draft is pretty much consistent with what other municipalities are requiring. There is a potential issue with requiring fees of out-of-state entities. There's a case in another circuit that says that if you require too much in business license fees, it could be a restraint on interstate commerce if they're an out-of-state business. It's not out of town, just out of state. But there's really no firm ruling among the circuits at this point. So it's a legal risk that's out there, but I think as we've previously discussed, the town is probably not going to chase down every out-of-state applicant for the money. I mean, we would certainly, there's nothing wrong with requiring the license. It's just really the money that could become a restraint on interstate commerce. I don't think it will be at, the low amounts that the town is charging, but there's a case from another circuit that says it might be if it's a much larger amount. So that's the only update CML had. I know that we talked about some of those issues at the last time we discussed this. Happy to answer any questions on the draft as we go forward.
Are there any questions for councilor or comments by the board? Seeing none, since this is a public hearing, I'll open the public meeting and ask for any comments on Ordinance 1096 on second reading. Would anybody in the public wish to address the board on this matter? Madam Clerk?
I don't see anyone with their hand raised, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll close the public hearing. Further discussion by the Board of Trustees?
I think at this point we need a motion.
Yeah.
The discussion.
Entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, Madam's fine. Any pronoun will work.
No, don't do that to me.
I move for the approval of Ordinance 1096, an ordinance repealing and replacing Chapter 6, Article 1 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning business license updates.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second, as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Now, any further discussion? Well, that's good, because we've gone through it enough that we probably shouldn't have. If there is none, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Aye.
Trustee Caravas?
Aye.
Trustee Waugh?
Aye.
Trustee Miller?
I'd like, can I make an amendment? Or is it too late?
We're voting on the passage as written at this point. So unless the motion, the seconder would like to withdraw theirs to allow for you to amend it, that's what we're voting on. So
I'll
no.
say no. No.
Trustee Lowell?
Aye.
Trustee Rogan?
Aye.
Ordinance 1096 passes 6-1. Moving on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, could you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 is Resolution 2021-32, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the 2021 installation and maintenance of seasonal landscape services agreement with CoCal Landscape Services Incorporated. Item 2 is Resolution 2021-33, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the First Amendment to the agreement with Charles Abbott and Associates for building inspection services. Item 3 is Resolution 2021-34, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the 14th Amendment to the construction agreement with Walsh Construction Incorporated for Bone Park Phase 2. Item 4 is Resolution 2021-35, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, ratifying the Third Amendment to the professional services agreement with Roxall Consulting Group Incorporated for construction management services for the Second Avenue Bridge Replacement Project. Item 5 is Resolution 2021-36, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, accepting a $282,003 grant, Resilient Colorado, from the State Board of the Great Outdoors Colorado Trust Fund. Item 6 is Resolution 2021-37, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an operating and maintenance agreement between the Town of Lyons and Lyons Ditch Company. Item 7 is Resolution 2021-38, A resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, declaring a state of local emergency due to the public health emergency created by coronavirus. Item 8 is the April accounts payable. And item 9 is the March 15th, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull number 5 and 7, please.
5 and 7,
5 and 7.
okay. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of what Trustee Karavis would like to pull? Or are there any other numbers any other trustees would like to pull?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Karavis,
Aye.
Trustee Meyer,
Did you say me?
I can't hear you.
Aye.
Did she freeze?
Who did you say?
Oh, Trustee Miller, you.
Oh, yeah, yay. I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
and Trustee Watt.
Aye.
As stated, item removed from the consent agenda. Excuse me. Trustee Karavis, you had 2 items.
Correct. Number 5, the grant monies, as I've stated many times over the last several years, the grant monies seem to cost us. I understand we're going to add restrooms, public restrooms. Nothing was indicated in here. Do we have any idea what the 5-year maintenance costs, cleaning costs are going to be that will come out of the Parks Fund on this? Noted, especially with knowing what the vandalism we had in Laverne Johnson Park in the bathrooms this year. We don't have security cameras up yet that we've talked about back in 2016 in some of our parks. So just any ballpark figures, Mr. Cosgrove or Mr. Simonson, or can we delay this till we get some rough estimates of what 5-year costs would be in maintenance and costs to the town of Lyons?
We're gonna charge them $1 a use.
Do it in Europe.
I'm not sure what happened to Director Cosgrove.
Sure.
Kim,
And I don't know if he's on, but I'm here. Let me see if I can find my camera. I mute myself, but not find my camera. I'm not getting good at this. You'd think a year in, I'd be better at it. But I think it's a great question. I don't have an answer for the maintenance cost, but I can tell you that we are installing, the plans are to have parking at both. And so we would have revenue similar to as we do at Laverne Johnson and Bone Park. And I think the revenue would be very helpful to offset the maintenance costs.
And that revenue comes from those parking kiosks that we pay for, and then we have maintenance, we have yearly credit card charges, so it adds to the cost. Just so the board's aware, as we do accept these grants, we've talked about it before, they do cost us money. As long as we're aware of that moving forward and we're budgeting for it and everything's fine, that's good. And I have no intentions of not voting for this, but I just want to make it aware, as I always do lately, that grants do cost us money, whether we're paying for something or not up front, that we're gonna have to clean them, maintain them. We've had some pretty bad vandalism, it sounded like last summer. Even with stainless steel, and fixing stainless steel toilets is not cheap. And just so we're aware.
I just have a comment. I've noted that year round, we've had 1 or 2 ADA compliant porta potties at the Black Bear Hole. I don't know what the cost of those are per month, but I would think that once that cost goes away, that would certainly take care of at least a portion of any maintenance on a permanent restroom.
Sure, and then I can answer that question too, but we've asked United Site Services to remove the second one since last fall, and they just haven't come and removed it and are not charging us. But we'll need probably at least the 1 and possibly the 2 until we move forward and formalize the parking and add the additional real flushing restroom. Is that what it's called? A flushing toilet restroom.
But what does an ADA compliant porta potty cost us per month? Do you know?
I want to say it's about $480, and we
Well, there
I
you,
was gonna
there
say
you go.
almost
There you go.
500 a month.
There you go.
so.
If that includes the maintenance when it gets vandalized, that we'll now be picking up. So it equals out all the way across board. So at this time, I'll move to pass resolution 2021-36.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to pass resolution 2021-36. Further discussion? I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Resolution 2021-36 passes unanimously. Item 7 on the consent agenda. Trustee Caravas.
Just seeing that the rest of the state's opening, Boulder County's staying closed, and dealing with what we dealt with last summer, ups and downs, staff wanted help, we gave help, things got out of hand. I'm just kind of curious what our plan is to keep the rest of the people out from the rest of the state coming through the county of Boulder. How we're going to handle it as a town. These directives from health directors aren't always withstanding challenges in courts across the country. Is this going to cost us anything? I know it's been mentioned, Victoria, you told me before the meeting, supposedly the grant monies or monies from the federal government are tied to this. If we don't do it, we don't get it. Do we have anything in writing from the feds explaining any of that money? Because a lot of that infrastructure money isn't COVID-related infrastructure monies. It's different, just handouts. It's tax dollars being given out to stimulate the economy. It has nothing to do with COVID. What are our plans to take care of this, deal with this, if people don't comply? We had that problem this last summer. It cost us a ton of money with Trident and whatever else.
Administrator Simonson.
Thank you. Couple of things. First of all, I was in the same position wondering if we needed to continue this or not. But looking at the updates that I made between the last resolution and this one, there was a significant, jump in deaths and cases and other things. So I think this is a way to memorialize what is happening throughout this pandemic. For us as a community, that vaccinations are now happening as well. But as long as we are still in a yellow and not able to follow the state orders, from my local perspective, we are still in a local emergency. My plans right now are this week we have our Fire Marshal Pischke and our building inspector and our staff are going to be visiting our different public locations and coming up with actual capacity limits. That hasn't occurred in many, many years in our parks. But knowing their configuration and how disruptive that was the last couple of years, we will be continuing. My recommendation is to continue with the reservation system on shelters and picnic tables. And then there'll be a basic capacity limit for walk-ins. In regard to the business community, that's up to each kind of individual business. We do have a couple of them that are opening outdoor patio spaces in the hopes of, being able to have more customers outdoors. But we put it in our budget this year to have our normal camping host. We'll also have a separate park host. There will be a gate attendant at both Bone Park and Laverne Johnson Park, as well as Trident and Boulder County Sheriff Services. So in regard to the parks, I anticipate that it will be a similar pattern to last year. in the parks. And knowing that Boulder County has reduced the outdoor masking requirement already, we shouldn't be in conflict with the rest of the state there. And also as part of
Just
this
for the
goal,
record, I killed a mosquito on the wall, first one of the year.
you did?
Yeah. Oh no, it started already.
Also, as part of this GoCo grant, if you recall, we're making some improvements over at Laverne Johnson to increase some tent camping sites and installing a gate that should be able to help us control some of the traffic or some of the crowds.
A concern I have, sorry, Holly, go ahead if you want.
Trustee Rogan.
Thanks. I just wanted to point out, I had a brief email exchange with Administrator Simonson about this, and she correctly pointed out that last year, part of the reason that our parks were so crowded was because all the other parks were closed. So that really drove people into Lions. And assuming that other parks will not close this year, I'm hopeful that it won't be as insane as it was last year.
Well, and it's not only parks. I mean, malls and other places will be open this year for people to divide their time between, where last year it really was. Everyone was driven to outdoor parks that were open.
We are on the favorite list of a lot of people though. So hopefully both of you, Trustee Rogan and Mr. Simonson are correct. That, yeah, every place else is open. But if we start locking our gates down and slowing growth or slowing the input of people, watching what happened in Boulder on the Hill, spring break, people's frustrations, are we prepared for an outbreak of little brawls? I mean, just a simple domestic dispute. Look what the problem, look how that disturbed people, what it caused. You have a brawl of 5, 10, 15 people with just anxieties built up over a year. Are we going to be able to handle that?
You know, we prepare our staff every season for that potential. And actually, I don't think the board usually hears when we do have those situations. So I'd like to say that, yes, we're as prepared as anyone can be. In regard to some of the really, the more violent acts we're seeing lately, that's something that we have a plan for, but you can never plan for it at the same time. So do we discuss it? Yes. Is there an ideal plan? No, because you can't always expect where and what will occur. But we are realistic that that is a situation that can take place anywhere in our community at any time.
Thank you, Administrator Simonson. I was just curious, do you think we should have a agenda item like within the next month where we get the laydown on exactly what the park plans are going to be so that we can have a solid idea going forward of capacity limits, the reservation system, the number of Trident people, the extra sheriff's deputies, that sort of thing? Because I mean, last year we were kind of making it up on the fly. It would be nice to have it nailed down before we get into the warmer season.
Sure, if that's something the board would like us to do as a workshop item or a board item, we can certainly do that.
Okay. Good idea, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree with Trustee Lowell. In fact, that's something I think Mayor Angela and I had already talked about, is doing an agenda item with particular focus on what's our Boulder County Sheriff's Office coverage going to be, because there was a problem last summer of them not having enough people available even when we wanted them. But also, how much are we going to budget for Boulder County Sheriff's Office people out there for what times this summer? I think that's that merits a board discussion. But I also had a question on a specific item in this resolution. And it's on section 6, and it says, groups of no more than 25 shall be permitted in public parks, and patrons are encouraged to maintain separation. Is that still applicable under the Boulder County Outdoor Orders? 25 is the limit?
No, that would be more of a local, because our shelters only, our largest shelter is 25 for reservations. If you want to increase that, we certainly can, but we were planning no more than 25 in any shelter, no more than 10 at a picnic table.
And that just says in public parks, if you have two softball teams with 13 people on it, you're in violation. So
Well, each group is considered a group. I don't necessarily one.
the 20, well, I don't know how you define what a group is, but I'd be fine with shelters and I don't know, you know.
How about if we say, we could revise that to see something about, well, it's already allowed, but the administrator can set capacity limits for formal
Right.
facilities. Yeah.
Um,
But yeah, you're right. The ball fields could definitely be a different environment. But they have the social distancing between them.
I don't know. I just didn't realize that's something we do on our own, but it's one of those things like Trustee Caravas says, it'd be very hard to enforce when you see 25 people out in the field at Laverne Johnson Park. Are they a group or not? I
think if you look at the yellow dial, it's somewhere between 175 and 50, depending on what it is exactly. I think something like a softball game would be kind of hard to characterize, but those are the yellow limitations. But we're allowed to go stricter if we so wish.
Could we change that maybe to say groups shall be limited in size to the extent required under applicable state and county orders? I just have a problem for the same reason Trustee Caravas did, of setting a number that we've got no way to enforce. And I don't know what you define as a group and what is not. I just have kind of a philosophical problem with doing something that we can't really enforce and is vague like that. I don't know.
How many people are on a softball team typically?
12 to 15 usually.
So
So you got both teams on the, in two dugouts. Is that a group in a park? I don't know.
so 30 people per softball field, and then limited. I mean, the capacity in a shelter is, if the biggest one holds 25 people, that's pretty straightforward, right? I mean,
How about if we just say large groups in public parks may be limited at the discretion of the town administrator? Because I think she's got that discretion already in the code. It's very.
That's wrong.
Could we do that?
Yeah.
I'd say that's probably the best way to go.
I'd make that in the form of a motion that we amend section 6 to say large groups, the town administrator shall have discretion to limit the size of large groups in public parks.
We first probably need a motion to pass the resolution, so I'll move that we pass resolution 2021-38 first. In order to do an amendment.
I'll second that.
We haven't.
Oh, okay, we haven't made a motion yet.
So I just made it.
You're right. Okay, I'll make that motion when somebody moves to pass it.
Trustee Caravas just did and Trustee Miller seconded, so I think it's appropriate to do a
Now go for it.
Okay. Now I move to amend section 6 to read, the town administrator shall have discretion to limit the size of large groups in public parks. And then the rest of it as drafted.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. We'll vote on that first on the amendment. I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
No.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and Trustee Miller.
Yay.
The amendment as stated passes 6-1. Now we'll vote on, are there any other amendments? If not, we'll vote on resolution 2021-38 as amended.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
and trustee Miller.
Yay.
Resolution 2021-38 passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read, I think I understood, item 2 under agenda number 12 into the record.
Yes, item 2 is discussion direction on short-term rentals in commercial buildings.
Thank you. We had a workshop on this earlier. Do we need any additional staff information? Any discussion by any board members? And what direction would the board wish to take in regard to STRs in commercial buildings? Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll repeat what I said in the workshop, which is I don't think, consistent with what we've done in the past, that additional inspection should be required of short-term rentals in commercial buildings, and that the affidavit of compliance, as is done with other ST short-term vacation rentals, should suffice for spaces added to commercial buildings. So that's just my opinion based on the history of what we've done with every other one that's been in front of us. And then as to the change of use, I'm not real sure about that. If the principal use is still as a business, is that really a change of use if you change what's being done in the back room? I don't know. I'm in general in favor of lessening the bureaucratic requirements for doing these, and at the same time increasing the administrative burdens on our staff and on the BCDC and the whole process. And so I'd be inclined to not favor considering that addition of as a change of use requiring going through the whole process. I'd rather the town rely, as we have on residential and prior commercial short-term vacation rentals, rely on the fact that that they're either the principal residence or the principal place of business of the people that use those buildings, and they have every incentive to follow the rules and be safe and clean and all that type of thing. So that's where I stand.
Trustee Miller.
I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Browning. The one thing that I do think is important is to have a business in the front or in the same building. So there is somebody present at least during business hours and an on-call person during the rest of the time. So if there is any issues, they can be called to alleviate the problem. But that's really the only caveat that I can see, along with some of the other trustees' concerns about the non-commercial use or putting an STR above a restaurant or some other place that potentially could burn down.
And Trustee Miller, just so we're clear, that the current code does require there be an existing business and a on-site person and a contact info.
Any further comments?
Can't hear any.
Trustee Rogan.
I agree. I think unless and until we start requiring inspections of residential short-term rentals, I see no reason to do it. And I also agree that it's not, I don't see it as a change of use. It's still a business. A short-term rental is still a business in a business district. So, so I agree.
Further comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
One more thing, Trustee Miller reminded me, Trustee Lowell made a good suggestion in the workshop, which is if the business in front is something that has to do with cooking, manufacturing, anything that would present any kind of a fire risk, there ought to be exceptions for that. And I don't have drafting suggestion today, but that was a good thought. I mean, big difference between running a retail operation and running a restaurant or light manufacturing or something.
I mean, the thought, just speaking out loud, I think if there was something in a restaurant, it probably wouldn't have the facilities to host. You know, it would require some sort of building, I guess, in order to have people sleep there overnight. I'm just thinking out loud. So I'm not sure what opportunities exist for maybe for those types of businesses to have an STR, unless they're above the restaurant potentially, I guess. And that there may be other parts of the code we could use to address the situations.
Yeah, I mean, one of the inspectors said something about it. In that case, requiring a different kind of firewall or something might make perfect sense.
Yeah.
So, you know, just thought it. Trustee Lowell just suggested this today, so you know, don't have any specific language, but that concept is a good one.
Mr. Simonson, is that something we can address when we review these? When people are applying, if it's a restaurant, then maybe we could follow up some additional inspection.
Yeah, everyone should still be filling out an application to have an STR, whether it's in their home or in a commercial business. Sounds like there'll be some staff discretion. I guess that the one question would be, if the person doesn't agree with that, is the step to bring it to the board, or is it up to the building inspector? Because I could see somebody, you know, maybe not even if there's not a kitchen, but let's say it's upstairs in a bar. Is that okay? Not okay? I don't know.
Trustee Caravas, you had your hand up, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. What Trustee Lowell brought up in the workshop is he touched on something that in the CML conference several years ago, there was up in Vail. And it was with the State Fire Marshal's Office, State Forestry Service, and the Vail Valley Fire Department. And all the mountain communities were there. I mean, the room was packed, it was overflowing. And the largest concern that everyone voted yes, there was a major concern for a mountain community, is a fire that takes out the main business district. The lost tax revenues for anywhere from 1 to 3 years will destroy a town. We were shut down this summer partially with COVID. Online orders continue. Our businesses slowly did continue. There was takeout food. We were fine. A flood occurred in 2013. If your building doesn't get completely washed away, you sweep up the mud, you wash it, you sanitize, you're open. You burn down to the ground. You can look at the homes up on 36 as you drive to Boulder. They've just finished most of the demo on the homes, and that was how many months ago already. Then to rebuild, it's gonna take another year. So the concerns of someone living downtown, starting a fire in a building that is unoccupied because someone is now living there in the building 24 hours a day, does slightly change the use. Do I want to go complete inspections? No, I agree with what my fellow board members have said, that yeah, it's onerous on the building owner, the business owner, our staff, and we got a lot to work through, but it's just something in the back of our minds. Old buildings, old timbers in the basement, the crawl spaces, our buildings, I mean, our fire task force that the town is working on. We have neighborhoods that are packed close together with a lot of dry timber, a lot of old barns, a lot of brush growing close to homes that, you know, if you read the fire report, we got some bad rated neighborhoods by our own fire department. It would be really bad to lose an entire side of the street of our downtown. It would really hurt us severely. It would hurt us. So that's just something to keep in the back of our mind as we move forward with this, that as new people pull permits to build buildings, build condos on top, which I fully support. There'll be the modern building codes. They'll have firewalls, but it is something that Mr. Lowell brought up. It is very, very important. So just to be aware.
And it was fascinating during the discussions when we went through this zoning in regard to the expense on, let's just say using a basement for these purposes of renting out a space. The fire requirement was that you had to put up a firewall, and that's an expensive proposition. So I'll just reiterate, nobody that owns a building is going to neglect any safety issue if they're smart. Let's just make sure that they abide by the checklist. And if they do, then I don't have a problem with it at all. Anybody else wish to make a comment?
I don't know that an STR would be allowed in the basement on Main Street unless there was an egress.
That's not what I meant.
Okay.
That was in reference to
Residential.
a different situation.
Yeah.
But
But I guess we should at least,
nonetheless, firewalls are perhaps going to be required by the fire department in some instances, maybe. That's all I'm saying, because it was in regard to residences that wanted to use basements
Is the intent of the board, though, that on Main Street, if you have a basement, you could use it for an STR? Not if there's not an egress?
I don't think so.
Okay. I just want to,
I mean,
because we're just, so far, all we've said is you have to have a main business, and then another space could be this. And I'm not intending to allow them to be in basements unless they meet the fire code regarding egress.
yeah, no. And I think that's going to be very difficult and extremely dangerous also.
But we do have a few places that do have basements.
The abiding by the checklist is, to me, the most important factor. I'll just reiterate it for the third time. Counselor, where do we move from here?
Mayor, a couple of things on that.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I didn't see that.
I think on the basement, I think the checklist requires a certain size window that allows egress from the premises. So if it's in a basement, and there's not a window you can get out of, I think you probably couldn't get it now. And also, I just called up the short-term vacation rental ordinance or the part of the code, and Town Administrator Simonson mentioned this earlier. If they comply with all the requirements for getting a license, it says the town administrator is authorized to approve or approve with conditions the license. So the town administrator has existing authority to add conditions to a license approval. And if it's a safety issue because it's above a restaurant or something, I think she could do that. So anyway.
Now, Counselor.
Yeah, do you have a question? Sorry.
Oh, where do you want to proceed from here in regard to STR zoning, the discussion that we've had, interpreting the direction that you've heard?
My interpretation of the direction the board has given is that, one, that we're going to use the checklist for commercial STRs. We're not going to do full inspections. Two, that just having an STR in a space which is being used for some sort of business already doesn't constitute a change in use by itself. There may be other things that may cause it to create a change in use, but by itself it does not. And then three, I think what Mayor Pro Tem Bryan just said is exactly correct, that the town administrator has discretion in granting these, and she can put conditions on situations that were maybe a restaurant or some sort of potentially unsafe condition, and we can do further investigation and conditions if necessary. And so as far as I say, the direction to staff is fairly clear. But if I've missed anything, please let me know.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right.
Excuse me, Mayor, can we take a quick 5-minute break before
We
the next
certainly
item?
may. We certainly
you.
may.
Thank you.
You betcha.
I'm sorry, can we just start that item or something? Because I'm going to recuse myself. I don't really want to break.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Trustee Waugh.
Okay. Could you please read item 1 under general business into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, item 1 is discussion direction on Planet Bluegrass issues, including possible amendments to the amendable letter of understanding and keynotes. A, the subcommittee report. B, a Planet Bluegrass presentation. C, Board of Trustees discussion of amendable letter of understanding and keynotes and related issues. And D, Board of Trustees discussion on minor events.
Trustee Waugh?
Point of order. I thought Trustee Waugh, I thought you wanted to take up agenda item 14 first, or future agenda items before we reach this. Is that right?
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just going to leave after this.
I thought we flopped the agenda.
I thought we did too, but that's fine.
We did.
Item.
So we'll take the break, come back, and then I can recuse myself.
I'm fine with going.
Okay.
Okay.
The community farm was removed from the agenda.
That's right.
Correct.
But I had asked to go after new agenda items.
After new agenda items. So I think let's take up new agenda items really quickly, and then we can move on to this. Trustee Waugh can make his recusal, and then we can move forward from there.
Thank you for working with me.
Your future agenda item, Trustee Waugh?
I already mentioned it earlier. Review of lodging tax being collected from the town.
Okay. Any others from any trustees?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
I'd like to see a future agenda item. Maybe it belongs in a workshop or in a meeting, either one. I'm not, perhaps workshop. I would like to get an update on the current status and what the future plans on the staff level are with respect to 2 buildings in town that are eyesores and basically are blighted conditions. One is the Yoder House on 2nd Avenue that's been sitting there most unoccupied and mostly deteriorating for 7.5 years. I think residents in that area have expressed concerns about what's going to happen with it. I'd like for us to focus on that, see where we are now and where that's going. We're ever going to do anything about it. And the second building that falls in that same category, although for not as long, is the former Festivarian Inn on Main Street. It's been basically boarded up and in deteriorating condition since work was stopped because, as I understand it, construction got started without a permit. Where are we going with that? Is it going to stay there as a blight on Main Street for 7.5 years? So I'd like to have an agenda item on both of those 2 buildings.
I just keep unmuting and muting myself. Do we want to take our 10-minute break now?
Mayor Angela, if I may, I think
Go ahead.
Trustee Waugh would like us to open what is now item, I guess, 15, the Planet Bluegrass discussion, so that way he can recuse himself.
Okay, I have a different number again, but that's okay. It's not the first time. So let's, it was read into the record once, but
Yep.
Madam Clerk, could you please read it into the record again?
Yes, item 1 under general business is discussion direction on Planet Bluegrass issues, including possible amendments to the amendable letter of understanding and keynotes. A subcommittee report. B, Planet Bluegrass presentation. C, Board of Trustees discussion of amendable letter of understanding and keynotes and related issues. And D, Board of Trustees discussion on minor events.
Thank you. Trustee Watt?
Yes, I'm going to recuse myself from this because some of the camping that occurred happened on a property that I have a financial interest in. So I'm going to recuse on that reason. And I will bid you all a good night and see you at our next meeting.
Good night, sir. Do we want to take our break now? Okay, that's what we're going to do. 10 minutes. Let's make it a little more. Let's go with 9:30. Thank you. No, he doesn't mess around.
Mary Angela, you're not on mute, just FYI.
Oh, thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we are ready to go. This is discussion and direction on Planet Bluegrass issues. First, we'll have a subcommittee report. Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. If at any point there's interference or feedback or something because there's three of us in this room, let me know, so we'll try to fix it somehow. The subcommittee is Trustee Rogan and I, and we were appointed in, I believe, early January of this year to look at a number, actually not all, but a limited set of Planet Bluegrass issues. And so we've given periodic reports to the board as events occurred. But I think at this point, it's appropriate to give a fuller background report and include in that some details of the recent discussions and why we were unable to come to an agreement with Planet Bluegrass on the issues that were assigned to us. Included in the packet are the amendable letter of understanding and the keynotes that date from 1999 originally. And I tried to put together a timeline from basically the time Planet Bluegrass, Mr. Ferguson actually purchased the real estate. It may have been 94 instead of 95. I may have gotten that wrong. The amendable letter of understanding, which I'll shorten to the ALU, and the keynotes really run together. They refer to each other back and forth and have a lot of definitions and things. So they're two documents, but they're very closely related documents. So essentially they constitute together kind of a single agreement with the town. And they address things like that you would expect on something like this: crowd size. There was originally a limited number of both major and minor events as those are defined, with the festivals being the major events. The length of events is regulated. The time music can be played is put in there. There are things like security, insurance, pedestrian traffic, that type of thing. But I wanted to point out a couple of what are really kind of unusual provisions in those agreements, which are really contracts that you don't see in other town contracts. One of them is a provision that if they wish to, the Board of Trustees itself can take control of dealing with Planet Bluegrass, or it can assign a subcommittee to take control. I've never seen that in another town contract, but that indicated, I guess, some interest of the Board of Trustees in closely watching what was going to happen with this big new entity in town. It also has a provision in there requiring, after each event, Planet Bluegrass to file a report with the town on what its gross sales and sales taxes from the event are. Town has a lot of businesses that it occasionally enters into agreements with, but I've never seen one that required another business to file such a report with the town. It's not their sale. It's not a sales tax return. It's a separate report on gross sales and sales taxes. And I'll discuss later, why would the town have done that? What did the town see with these agreements that doesn't happen with other agreements? And there's some unusual provisions in there that run in Planet Bluegrass's favor as well. For example, when you go to a festival there's dozens of outside vendors who are selling jewelry, clothing, food, many different kinds of items. But none of those vendors have to get business licenses for the town of Lyons, whereas other businesses that sell tangible things do. Why is that? Because Planet Bluegrass is going to report all the sales from those vendors. And so by contract, by this agreement, basically their vendors were exempted from having to comply with the business license requirements. So it's not a one-way deal. It was a two-way deal. In 2007, so roughly 8 years later, Planet Bluegrass filed a request with the town for a number of changes in the keynotes. Quite a few of them requested, only 2 of them actually got adopted, and there are materials in the packet on this as well. One of them was to change what were called minor events from a crowd limit of 250 to 500. And also specifically to include musical or theatrical performances as minor events. That becomes relevant to the current set of events that's going out there. This spring, Planet Bluegrass came in and said, we want those treated as minor events, but we want the crowd size up from 250 to 500. At the same time, originally there was a limit of 5 minor events per year. And they asked that that the minor events now be basically allowed in an unlimited number, and the Board of Trustees approved that. Other changes were requested but never acted on, including one to expand the original limitation that remains in the ALU of only beer sales out there, no wine sales, no liquor sales. They requested that change. It didn't get made, at least not in the ALU in the keynotes. Fast forward to 2018. On January 16th, 2018, and if anybody really wants more detail on this, the minutes of that meeting are available online. At that meeting, the Board of Trustees approved a lodging tax ordinance. They did, contrary to what you might expect, it wasn't the case of the voters approved it first and then the board drafted the ordinance. It was the other way around. The board drafted the ordinance and made it contingent on voter approval. Before that, the town had taken some look at doing some type of admissions tax, either a per dollar figure or percentage figure added to the cost of tickets at festivals, but on legal advice decided not to do that. And so they did a lodging tax instead. At the very meeting in January of 2018, when the town approved the lodging tax ordinance, the minutes of that meeting reflect that the Board of Trustees at that time knew right then that there were problems with the campsite definition in the code. Planet Bluegrass does not charge by the campsite, it charges by the person, and actually adult persons over 12 years old. So in the minutes at that meeting, the town staff was directed to start working on revising the campsite definition to try to figure out a way to have it apply to Planet Bluegrass's operations. Also, the draft ordinance that's in the meeting packet for that meeting suggested, based on staff review of other places, a lodging tax of $3 per night. There was Board of Trustees discussion about that, and it was lowered to $2 per night, 33% tax cut, which is pretty significant, specifically because the trustees thought $3 was asking a lot for campers for each campsite, and they thought $2 would be easier on campers. So they lowered the tax to as it applied to camping. 2 weeks later, in 2018, Planet Bluegrass asked the Board of Trustees to change the effective date of the ordinance from 2018 to June 1st of 2019, because Planet Bluegrass had already billed out to its customers the camping for the 2018 festivals. So they said, we're not able to add that to the cost of our tickets for the 2018 festival. So please change it to June 1st, 2019. And at Planet Bluegrass's request, the town board did that. The election on the tax was held in April of 2018, and it got 81% voter approval, which is kind of amazing for a tax measure. The 2018 festivals got held in the summer. Thereafter, for the first time in many years, Planet Bluegrass filed a report on gross sales and sales taxes from the festivals. That requirement had been in the ALU since 1999, but I'm not sure if it's true that they never filed a report, but at least it hadn't been done in recent years, but it got done finally in 2018, but it was only a partial report. Planet Bluegrass has taxable sales at its festivals from its vendors who sell food and artwork and jewelry and everything else. It has taxes from its own merch tent where t-shirts are sold, where a lot of CDs are sold. After performances, the artists come in, they sign CDs in the merch tent. Planet Bluegrass runs that and collects a lot of sales tax there, but they decline to report that. And thirdly, they collect sales tax from sales of camping passes. Under state law, camping passes require sales tax. And so state and county and local taxes come from that. but Planet Bluegrass again has declined to report those based on their interpretation of what the ALU provides. So a number of these issues were out there: sales tax reporting, the new camping lodging tax ordinance. So in October of 2018, a workshop was held. Planet Bluegrass prepared a memo that's in the packet to be included in the public packet for that 2018 workshop. And it did things like provide figures on the number of camping nights for festival and discuss several different ways to possibly calculate the lodging tax. That issue, like I say, had been raised back in January. Staff directed to work on it. Still an issue in October of 2018. And several alternatives were suggested at that point, but it was a workshop, no decision made, no written agreement reached. Interestingly, at that workshop, Planet Bluegrass, having been granted an extra year of no tax at its request, suggested that it might not pay lodging tax for 2019 either, because it collected the fees in December for the summer festivals back in December of 2018, and the effective date had been changed to June 1st, 2019 at Planet Bluegrass's request. So they suggested they might not owe another year of tax. Well, the code says that the tax comes due when lodging is provided. So when they charged their customers really didn't affect when they owed the tax, and they ultimately did pay some tax. They also suggested that one way to calculate the tax would be to consider Laverne Johnson Park one campsite, the Planet one campsite, and Riverbend one campsite. So maybe they would owe $2 per night for 3 campsites, $6 total per night. They backed off of that as well. As I say, no action was taken at that workshop. The next substantive discussion with the board is in November of 2019, and this occurred at a regular Board of Trustees meeting. The campsite definition was still up in the air at that time. There were different possible calculations, number of campers per campsite, whether it should be average or maximum number of campsites. Trustees differed in their opinions on that, but there was general agreement that a written formulation of campsites, if we were going to come up with a way to estimate, needed to be done. That we needed to memorialize for future staffs and future boards how this calculation was going to be made if we were going to estimate the number of campsites. And the board asked questions of both the Planet staff and the town staff who were there at that meeting of how much difference is it going to make dollar-wise if we do 4 per site, 5 per site, 6 per site. Neither the Planet Bluegrass staff nor the town staff had the answer that night, but they said they would try to get together and provide the board that information. That information was provided in December of 2019, where Planet Bluegrass again provided data for its calculations for its number of camper nights and how much difference it would make between 4, 5, or 6 campers per site. And the answer was somewhere around $2,500 per year. In that same communication to town staff of that information, Planet Bluegrass revealed for the first time that I'm aware, at least it was not discussed at either the 2018 workshop or the November 2019 board meeting, that it had paid no tax, no lodging tax whatsoever for all the camping that occurred at the Academy and Song School events that precede the big festivals. Planet Bluegrass's position is that it didn't separately charge for camping, unlike the camping passes for festivals, that instead it charged one price for the whole experience at both Song School and Academy that includes musical instruction or songwriting instruction and also camping. So they claim because we didn't separately charge for tax, we don't owe any tax, although there's nothing in the code requiring us to charge. So that issue arose then. In 2020, the issues basically just sat there. COVID happened. There were no events at Planet Bluegrass. Early in the year, the prior board was real busy on things like housing and pretreatment ordinances, so it simply got bypassed throughout 2020. Late in the year, I believe in December, Craig Ferguson on behalf of Planet Bluegrass and Town Administrator Simonson swapped some emails on possible changes to the keynotes that Planet Bluegrass thought it might need, because nobody knew at that time what 2021 events were going to look like with COVID. But they knew party to those emails, they agreed to put off that discussion to 2021. So in January, early January of 2021, Trustee Rogan and I were appointed by the board as a subcommittee to deal with these issues that had been pending at that point for 3 years, at least in terms of how you define a campsite. Town Administrator Simonson later in the month advised Planet Bluegrass of the subcommittee's involvement, but then Planet Bluegrass said it no longer needed anything from the town. It said the subcommittee constituted unnecessary politics and just said maybe next year on changing the keynotes. Still, the staff and subcommittee met on February 2nd of 2021 and prepared a list of issues that the town believed it needed to be discussed with Planet Bluegrass. We sent the list to Planet Bluegrass, but Planet Bluegrass again said it's too late and we don't want to discuss this with you now. Talk to our lawyer. The subcommittee reported back to the board on both February 15th and March the 1st of this year. Listed the issues that still were outstanding, and the board discussion generally focused on let's talk about the future and try to get this settled for the coming year's festivals, whatever those look like in future years, rather than focusing on what particular amounts might be owed for the 2019 festival. Thereafter, on March the 12th, Planet Bluegrass, Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Tucker did meet with Town Administrator Simonson and the subcommittee. At that meeting and in some emails, Planet Bluegrass alleged for the first time that I had ever heard that it had an agreement with the town prior to the vote in 2018 to use the number of six persons per campsite to determine the amount of lodging tax owed. It alleges that that agreement was reached at a meeting with the former mayor and another trustee prior to the vote. But note that 4 months after the vote, in October of 2018, at the workshop, Planet Bluegrass was still suggesting different ways to estimate campsites, and there was no mention whatsoever of any alleged prior agreement. So we had this meeting on March 12th. Town Administrator Simonson volunteered to prepare a list of issues and summarize where we stood on them and send that to Planet Bluegrass. Before she was able to do that, later in the day, Mr. Ferguson emailed and said that there was no way at this point for the Planet Bluegrass to do more shows in Lyons for 2021, and that Planet Bluegrass would have weddings every day instead of shows because bridesmaids were easier to deal with. Those were his words. Then 6 days after saying that Planet Bluegrass was going to do weddings and not shows, Planet Bluegrass announced 13 spring concerts, giving 2 days notice to the town compared to the 60 that's required under the ALU. They provided no full production plan, which the ALU requires, and no details of any security arrangements or how they were going to coordinate with Boulder County Sheriff's Office, which is something that was required under the ALU. 4 days later, the subcommittee, Trustee Rogan and I, had put our heads together and tried to find a way to settle this. We made a proposed compromise to Planet Bluegrass, taking pains to note that it would have to be subject to board approval. We didn't have the authority ourselves as a subcommittee to compromise all this stuff. It would have to go to the board. And Town Administrator Simonson communicated this on to Planet Bluegrass. These were the proposed terms. Number one, we would be willing to recommend that the town waive all taxes and penalties from the 2019 festivals. Look to the future. Don't worry about the relatively small amounts from the past. Number two, we would compromise the per campsite estimation formula at 5 per campsite, not the 6 Planet Bluegrass wanted, not the 4 that I at least thought was the appropriate number. Number three, Planet Bluegrass would agree to pay future tax for all the camping that occurs at academy and song school events, but the town would agree to a 20% reduction for possible no-shows for people who had paid for the right to attend those events, but may have decided not to camp. Number 4, Planet Bluegrass would report all gross sales and sales taxes to the town, including the types that they haven't reported in the past. But the town was would we be willing to agree that the town add a confidentiality provision to the ALU so that the information would stay confidential. In number 5, we said that the Board of Trustees would be willing to consider amending both the ALU and the keynotes to accommodate Planet Bluegrass's needs for 2021, including its spring concerts. So we have issues like the 60-day notice on these events that are occurring out there, and obviously COVID made that difficult. So we said, come to the board and we can adjust those. That resulted in a response from Mr. Ferguson again, saying he wanted to arbitrate the issues with the town. There's no arbitration provision in the agreements. And he said, again, that the subcommittee has cost the town more music. 2 days after saying that the subcommittee had cost the town more music, Planet Bluegrass did what? Guess what? Announced more music. Now more spring events, up to 24 total events. Then on March 25th of this year, Planet Bluegrass advised by email that it does plan to have the summer Rocky Grass and Folk Fest festivals, which are under the ALU, they're called major events, 2 weeks apart, one in late July, one in early August. The ALU says there's a 30-day minimum period between major events. Planet Bluegrass didn't address that. And then on March 31st, Planet Bluegrass advised us that they had rejected the compromise offer that the subcommittee had proposed to be taken to the board. And where we are now is the spring events have started out there. Planet Bluegrass has 60 days notice was not provided. Planet Bluegrass has yet to submit a report on gross sales and sales taxes for any of those, although the ALU says those reports are due within 7 days after the events. Though that is really not as rarely been required or not required in the past on what are now called minor events, or what are minor events. So where does that leave us? We've got 3 main issues. One is academy and song school camping. There are hundreds of campers out there for 4 or 5 nights. The municipal code is an occupation tax. It is a tax on a privilege of providing campsites or lodging. The actual tax occurs when somebody provides a campsite for compensation. The tax is on the provider of the campsite, not on the people who are paying for the campsites. It's not a tax on ticket sales. Planet Bluegrass receives compensation for all campers that are at those events. Nobody camps for free except kids under 12. They pay a fixed price for both music instruction and camping. There's not a separate charge for camping. So that's the issue, but you can read the code and it doesn't require a separate charge for camping. How much is at issue? We don't know exactly because Planet Bluegrass has not provided the number of people who attend those events. So we guesstimate about $1,000 a year. Could be more, might be a little less. So that's where that issue stands. Planet Bluegrass maintains that it doesn't owe any lodging tax, even though there are hundreds of campers out there for multiple nights. What are the options for trying to collect that if we can't reach an agreement, which we haven't been? Under the lodging tax part of the code, the town can estimate an assessment where the lodging provider has not provided information, which Planet Bluegrass has not on those events. We can issue a demand for payment, which the town has not done yet. And if it's not paid, the town can ultimately take some non-judicial collection means, including filing a lien against Planet Bluegrass's property. Second issue is festival camping. Since January of 2018, it's been recognized that we need to come to some written definition of what a campsite is, that the one in the ordinance is inadequate. It's too vague. It's arguable on both sides as to what it means. without Planet Bluegrass itself said in one of its documents that the average number of campers per site should be used, but now it wants to use the maximum number of campers at Laverne Johnson Park sites for the formula. We don't have to do a formula. If we can't agree on a formula, there's an alternate which we can amend as we can any code provision, the definition of campsite. If we wanted to make each tent, trailer, RV, or whatever that people use to camp in a separate campsite, we can do that. How much is at issue on festival camping? Based on the figures that Planet Bluegrass has provided us and put into the packet in 2018, about $2,500 per year. So it continues year after year. And finally, there's the issue I mentioned about gross sales and sales tax reporting. That's a contract interpretation issue. From the town's perspective, Mayor Angelo may wish to chime in on this. He's the one that signed the 1999 agreement and was on the board. It appears that the town board at the time wanted to know how much the town got in taxes from these major town events. And that's potentially why the board asked or required in this agreement, and Planet Bluegrass agreed to provide reporting of sales taxes and gross sales so that the town could know how much do we get from these events, because then and now, as we know, there are burdens placed on the town when basically its population triples during Rocky Grass. We go from 2,000 to 6,000 people in town, and there's demands on town facilities, including the wastewater treatment plant, which the centrifuge for which broke during the last Rocky Grass Festival. There are other agreement provisions beyond these three issues that are up in the air. Some of them are outdated and need changing. The original keynotes say that the underpass should only be used for livestock. Planet Bluegrass wants to use it for people. When the minor events definition got changed and the crowd size upped and the number of events eliminated, the minor events that occurred there thereafter have pretty much always been inside events. But now these are outdoor concerts. Is that something that creates an issue for the town noise ordinance, for example? Because as we know from painful experience, the town noise ordinance says if amplified music that's audible more than 25 feet from the source violates the noise ordinance. But that hasn't been applied to Planet Bluegrass in the past because they have a contract with the town that says they can have outdoor music. So other issues, do we want to shorten or waive the 60 days notice for minor events? Do we want to shorten or waive the 30 days minimum period between the two major events? Do we want Planet Bluegrass to submit formal plans for the minor events that they're having out there now, including coordinating with the sheriff's office, because they haven't done that? Do we want them to report gross sales or their taxes on minor events? The agreement requires that. It hasn't been done in the past. All of those things as the subcommittee thought should be negotiable, and we tried to negotiate it. But Planet Bluegrass says it doesn't want to negotiate it. It doesn't have time to deal with us. It thinks that the subcommittee is playing politics and basically wants to put them off until next year. One other thing I would note is there's been several mentions that somehow some zoning change is needed or some lengthy process is needed to change the keynotes or to change the amendable letter of understanding. The ALU and the keynotes both say that the Board of Trustees can modify the agreements if certain conditions are met, that there's no detriment to public health, safety, or general welfare, as long as they're generally consistent with the site plan. We can have board meetings on 24 hours notice if we need to and amend contracts. So although Planet Bluegrass has suggested a zoning change is required, the subcommittee doesn't believe that that's the case. There are alternatives if we can't renegotiate or modify these agreements. If Planet Bluegrass still doesn't want to negotiate, we can simply follow the code as to the lodging tax and estimate the amount, assess it, demand payment, and file a lien if it's not paid. We can notify Planet Bluegrass of its multiple breaches of contract and get advice on whether the town is still bound by its parts of the contract on things like allowing outdoor music that doesn't comply with the noise ordinance, or exempting vendors from getting business licenses. A third option would be for the town to withhold discretionary privileges that Planet Bluegrass seeks from time to time. For example, using town parks during festivals. Another option that the town has would be to deny permission for some events that Planet Bluegrass wants to have on the grounds that it's not complying with the contracts. Those are not subcommittee recommendations. I want to make that very clear. There are a list of options at this point that the board could consider if it wishes to. Later, during the board discussion of what to do, I'll give my personal views as one trustee on these options and some other matters. That's my subcommittee report. And if the board has questions, I'll be glad.
Can I add just a few things
Yeah,
to that?
sure. I was gonna, let me say, absolutely, Trustee Rogan, as a member of the subcommittee, I would very much like to hear your statement.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that extended history. And so a couple things. One is that this tax was voted on by the residents of this town. And so we, as a Board of Trustees, need to do the will of the voters. I think that's super clear. The amounts are not huge. I think we all understand that, but it's a matter of, this is what the voters wanted to do. So this is what we should do. And, you know, when Mayor Angelo appointed the subcommittee, I took a look at the documentation and thought, okay, these agreements are 20 years old. It is time to update them. COVID or no COVID, whatever, times change, circumstances change, the planet's needs change, maybe the town's needs change. I would imagine that it would be beneficial to both parties to sit down during last winter, which, you know, we thought, well, this is a pause. This is a pause in planet operations. It's the winter. This is the perfect time to do this. So, you know, I want to be clear to everybody listening that in no way, personally, in no way do I want to stop Planet Bluegrass from having music. I mean, I don't think anybody wants that. I think we want to come to an agreement that's beneficial for everybody. And, you know, it's honestly a little bit frustrating that the reaction from Planet Bluegrass has been to just give us the hand and say, no, we're not going to talk about it. We're just going to do what we want. And so that's what I would add.
Thank you very much. As a member of the subcommittee, I wanted to hear your opinion as well. Are there any trustees that want to make a comment at this time? If not, then I'll give Mr. Tucker the opportunity to make Planet Bluegrass's presentation.
Mayor, Trustee Miller had her hand up.
Oh, Trustee Miller, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just was wanting to hear Zach Tucker's part, you know, what he had to say about it all.
He's coming up right now. Mr. Tucker, sir.
Can everybody hear me all right? Great. So yeah, I'm Zach Tucker. I grew up in Lyons. I've been with Planet Bluegrass for about 12 years now. And I'll be speaking on behalf of Planet Bluegrass tonight. And I kind of want to start with a little bit more information on the timeline that Mayor Pro Tem Browning gave, because I think it's kind of important and relevant to why we're here. So it starts pretty much a year ago today when we decided the heartbreaking decision that we had to cancel Telluride Bluegrass, which was followed by the decision to cancel Rocky Grass and Folks Fest and all of our Lions events. And then after that, watching $2.5 million of refunds go out the door, and then realizing that the company that I loved couldn't afford to pay me anymore, and couldn't afford to pay the team that we wanted to have doing this anymore. And that was kind of late in 2020. And then we kind of realized that we had a shot at this if we could potentially update our keynotes to help us be flexible enough to do events of any kind next year or in 2021 and this year, to, no matter what the size, no matter what came at us, if we could update this document that I agree with Trustee Rogan is pretty darn old. And there's a lot of things that we would like to fix. And so our hope was to update that to let us be, flexible and prepared and hopefully survive this pandemic as a business. So in late 2020, we spent the last money that we had really on a survey to our property that's required as part of a keynotes update. And we worked part-time or volunteered to meet as a team and discuss what changes would be necessary for this. And then after that, as we were getting close to being ready, that is when Craig began his communications with Administrator Simonson. And then the timeline picks up as Mayor Pro Tem Browning stated. And so, of course, that was all before any of the news about vaccines had dropped, about any of the news about capacities had started to come about. And so as we progressed into January, and suddenly our whole view of everything starts to change as all this news about vaccines comes out, and we're suddenly realizing that our actual events as is might be more viable, and ideas for how we can do other things, other smaller shows come to light. And so it's I think important to note that when we were talking about bringing a lot of new music to town, and these shows that Craig references that the town is losing out on because we didn't update the keynotes, it's not a discussion of Springgrass. Those shows we were able to do no matter what. This is a discussion of more potentially large scale events with big name artists that were not only going to help us survive a pandemic, but also bring some of amazing national and international names to the town of Lyons. So that was kind of our goal and how we got here. And so I hope that you can understand the mindset that we were all in as we were scrambling to do whatever we can to try to figure out how to survive this, and only to be told that a subcommittee has a ton of issues with Planet Bluegrass. And it's not that we aren't prepared to deal with them. That was just kind of it was a challenging thing to hear after a challenging year, where we have struggled so much as a company. So that being said, now as we've seen the success of our Springgrass series and how much not only joy it's brought to the people that we've been able to provide music to, but also just as a successful business endeavor, we've kind of realized that now a lot of those needs we were originally seeking aren't maybe going to be necessary this year. That doesn't discount the fact that we do agree still that there should be an update to the keynotes, and we are interested in doing that. However, we're now in the middle of crazy discussions about how on earth we put on a music festival in this COVID vaccination time where it's not really clear what the future is going to hold. And I heard everybody here talking about that kind of with Laverne Johnson Park for the summer, and we're going through the same challenges of how do you make it safe for everybody? How do you mitigate all these challenges that you're facing? So I just kind of wanted to give you our perspective on that, so you see kind of how we're approaching this. And I think it's important to speak to a couple of the issues that Mayor Pro Tem Browning brought up. So his number one issue was how the Academy and Song School are defined for the lodging tax. And he is right that as we read the tax, we feel that we are not required to remit tax for Academy and Song School. And it's not because we don't charge separately for camping. It's because we don't charge at all for camping for those. So the patrons buy a ticket to attend a class. And the ticket that they pay for to attend the class is strictly to do that. They are allowed to camp if they'd like, but there is no charge for camping as part of this ticket. And someone who lives in Lyons pays the exact same amount for this ticket as someone who lives in Los Angeles, flies out here and sets up a tent, as well as the same amount as someone who stays at a hotel in Longmont and comes in for just for the classes. So we're not trying to avoid paying the tax, we're just trying to pay the tax as we read the code. And as we read the code, there is no, the code clearly states that it's camping in trade for monetary consideration. And the way that we've always run these events for as long as we've been here has been that there is no monetary consideration for the song school and academy camping. Now, I did point out to the committee in our last meeting that there is another ticket that we do sell for academy and song school, and that is a guest camping ticket. And I think it's important to note that that is a ticket that camping tax should be paid on, because that ticket they are paying to camp. And we realized that that was a mistake on our end of missing that. It's a small number of tickets every year. So it was a mistake on our end that we missed paying that in 2019. And we recognize that, and we'll make sure that we pay it moving forward. It's about a $50, I calculated it for 2019, and it's about a $50 addition that would have been in that tax that we missed. And so it's again, not our intention to avoid paying any tax that we're supposed to pay. It is purely that we're trying to read the code as it's stated and as it was intended. And so I recognize that we feel differently than Mayor Pro Tem Browning, and I'm not necessarily sure how we move forward from that, but I want it to be clear that that's what our intention is. And then regarding festival camping, this whole lodging tax question has been as the timeline accurately showed, an issue for a long time. And I'm sure Administrator Simonson and Trustee Miller, who've been around for a while, are tired of this discussion as we are. And so I do want to clarify a couple things on that timeline as well. This meeting with the two board members prior to the passing of the tax that Mayor Pro Tem Browning spoke about. That meeting I was not in attendance of that, but I've been informed that the intention was to try to come up with a reasonable way to calculate this tax, because when the definition was written, it was obvious that it was going to be a very challenging thing to apply to Planet Bluegrass because of how we charge for camping. We charge for camping per person, not per campsite. That's how we've done it forever. And so that meeting was held after the board agreed on it, but before the town voted on it. And it was, there was a lot of discussion, but it was kind of landed upon that 6 people per campsite was a reasonable number. And because that is what Laverne Johnson Park states as the number of people that are allowed in any one of their campsites. So no matter how we look at this, we're kind of pulling an arbitrary number in, but that we feel is the least arbitrary possible number that we could do, because it is the only number that appears in some kind of town ordinance or code. So we were happy with that definition, and because of that, we were supportive of this tax passing. We had no problem with that, and because we had no problem with that, as Mayor Pro Tem Browning stated, that tax passed easily. And it's, I think, important to note here that the camping portion of this tax only affects Planet Bluegrass. There's no one else in town is paying a tax on camping that we are aware of. So we're happy to support that piece, because we want to make sure that we're paying our fair share, and but it's, I think, an important piece to note. So that was kind of our belief as to how it was going to be calculated. I was also not at the meeting in 2018 that Mayor Pro Tem Browning spoke about, but so I'm not necessarily sure what other options we were suggesting. But as far as I'm concerned, we've been anticipating that it was going to be paid at 6 people per campsite since that original meeting, and then that was the gist we got from the 2018 workshop with the board. And then in 2019, I was at that workshop, and we made it clear that that's how we were going to pay the tax, and we've been saying that's how we were going to pay the tax all along. In 2019, we remitted the tax at 6 people per campsite. It was accepted by the town, and we have not heard a word since. There was no official notice that the town was unhappy with how it was calculated, that they felt like we didn't pay enough because of how it was calculated, or anything like that. So I hope you can imagine our surprise when this comes up yet again, now a year and a half later, when I'll admit that there was no clear settlement from the board, but we've made it clear that this is how we were going to do it, and there was no official statement rendered after we paid the tax at that amount. So that was our understanding, and that's how we moved forward. And so we were shocked a year later or a year and a half later to tune into a meeting only to hear Mayor Pro Tem Browning making statements in this public forum that he felt that we weren't paying our lodging tax and our sales tax, and it was surprising and hurtful to Craig and I. And so that's kind of where that brings us up to speed there, and that's why we feel that the 6 people per campsite is how we've been in agreement that we were going to pay this tax from the beginning, and why we supported it, and we would like to think why it passed so easily. So again, we're not trying to get out of paying our fair share or anything like that. We just want to stick to the agreements that we believed that we were a part of. And our biggest concern really with this is that if we change the definition now, what happens when 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, someone else on the board decides that Planet Bluegrass isn't paying enough and wants to change the definition again to two people per campsite or 1? And that's the biggest piece that we struggle with is we can't do business in a world where that's a possibility. And I hope you can understand that. And then the last piece I wanted to speak to is the sales tax reporting in the amendable letter of understanding. So that provision was put in there because it was pulled from our Telluride contract, because that was kind of the only baseline we had to build a lot of these agreements back then, was the contracts that our company, the Telluride Bluegrass Festival, had with another municipality. So the reason that was put in there was because vendors are not required to have a business license, and because of that, the town wanted a way to be sure that they were paying their sales tax correctly. So they have Planet Bluegrass remit. We collect and remit sales tax on behalf of the vendors and submit the report that the amendable letter of understanding states, in order so that the town can be sure that these vendors who do not have a business license are paying their sales tax. So that's the background as to why that wording is in there. And as Mayor Pro Tem Browning pointed out, that's a very odd piece of that's an odd line to have in a contract like this, and that's why that exists. It was the intention of us as the festival are making sure that our vendors are doing the right thing and paying their sales tax, and we're proving that to the town. So I believe that's all I have. I'm happy to answer anyone's questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Mr. Tucker? Okay. Seeing none. Board of Trustees discussion of amendable letter of understanding and keynotes and related issues. Who would like to start?
Actually, excuse me, Mayor, I do have a question for Zach.
Go ahead.
So Zach, are you saying that yes, the Planet is open to revising the ALU and the keynotes at this time?
So we want to address any issues that the town and the subcommittee has, and if it's something that we can solve, we're absolutely open to it. But we're not prepared at this time for a large scale change, because so many of the things we were looking at were, in a response to COVID and how we could survive as a company. So a lot of the pieces that we're interested in changing, we need to kind of sit down and rethink. And now with Telluride coming up in 2 months, and then Rocky Rest and Folks Fest, while we're managing all of these spring concerts, we're not necessarily prepared for a major overhaul of everything. But I do want to take this time to address some small things, which actually once I've answered your question, there is one thing that I should probably speak to related to the spring concert series, which I would like to add to this that I didn't add. So does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Thanks.
And so if I may add this about the spring concert series, So the keynotes or the amendable letter was, one of the two documents was changed in 2007 to allow the minor events up to the 500 capacity with theatrical and musical performances. So that is the rule that we're acting under to hold these spring grass shows. For as long as Planet Bluegrass has existed, we've been doing wildflower concerts. Ever since the flood, we've been doing weddings to try to help recover from that. These all fall into the minor event category with a capacity under 500. So it's that piece of the zoning that allows us to hold these events. And for all that time, the town has never requested an event plan from us or any kind of notice about that. And so we had a 20-year precedent of never needing to provide, of never being asked, never needing, and never coming up that there was no notice for any of these events under this 500 cap that have no effect on any external resources, anything within the town, anything like that. So that was kind of the logic that we were operating under, and that was why we didn't provide notice for these spring grass shows. And this is something that as Trustee Rogan brought up, the needs to address an old document. We can talk about how this should be moving forward. I would assume that the town would probably rather not deal with paperwork for all 50 of our weddings and pavilion shows that are minor, and the capacity of these spring grass shows is half of what most of our pavilion shows are that have not been an issue for the last 20 years. So we were caught off guard to hear that suddenly the town had changed its mind and suddenly was unhappy that we hadn't provided this notice. And I will note that we did provide in February a COVID operational plan to town staff that did outline some of the dates we were anticipating at that time. And it went into our full operational procedures for COVID. We wanted to make sure that you all knew that we weren't just out there, cowboying, that we were being really safe and taking this really seriously and putting on safe and professional events. And as the one thing that we've learned as we've been trying to do this is that we aren't getting the kind of warning that is written into or is expected by the amendable letter, such as a 60-day warning for putting on these events. We didn't even have these planned, I think, more than 30 days out. And that's just kind of been the nature of COVID for us. So we provided the COVID operations plan as soon as we knew, and as soon as we had any kind of plans to move forward with this. And as soon as we made decisions to add some dates, I provided that to town staff since this had come up as an issue. So our intention has been to provide as much information as possible. We were operating under this precedent that y'all didn't want to deal with paperwork around and all this, notice and stuff around weddings and pavilion shows. So we didn't see any reason why a show with half the capacity of a pavilion show would be any different to that. So I appreciate you letting me add in this little piece.
That's fine. You said that you submitted a COVID plan in February?
Correct.
And what did that include?
So it included a document that I put together that outlines how we address all of our COVID operations. It discusses how we'll handle ingress and egress. It discusses how we set out our festival field with pods, or we call them corrals, to keep patrons separated. It discussed how we would handle our bar and selling drinks in a way that's safe and maintains social distancing and doesn't require lines. And it discussed how we would handle bathroom and contact surface cleaning. And it laid out the first couple of dates that we had anticipated booking shows for. We did end up booking more dates than that original plan had stated because the series took off and the excitement around it grew faster than we were anticipating. But that was the nature of the plan that I had sent over.
Okay, so in February, you sent the town a plan that turned into the spring concert series. Is that what I'm to understand?
That is correct. And I had forwarded that plan on to Administrator Simonson when this all kind of came to light that there was questions about us giving warning or not about these events.
But you had anticipated at that time only a couple of events.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Interesting. Let's see. One of the things I'm concerned about, and it's really a long way from this particular point, is that this is a board of trustees that cannot act individually. It cannot act with two members. It needs a majority of the board of trustees to enact any policy decision. And so what I'm a little bit upset about is in March of 2021, it states that 2 board members intimated to Planet Bluegrass that the lodging tax would be calculated on 6 people per campsite. That is not proper. That is highly improper. That needed to come before the Board of Trustees and agreed upon by the Board of Trustees. Administrator Simonson, was that ever done?
I don't believe that was March of 2021. I think you're referencing back to 2018.
I believe that.
When there was a reference that Mayor Pro Tem Browning referred to that it was the mayor and a trustee.
Oh, yes, in April of 2018.
Yeah, it wasn't this year.
So no, but that's when Zach alleged that this had taken place, that prior to April 2018 vote, that there was a quote unquote, an agreement, a deal reached between 2 board members. We can't do that. We're not allowed to do that. No 2 board members can agree on any policy decision. So I'm a little bit upset about that particular agreement or deal or whatever anybody might call it. The other thing I wanted to know was the confusion in regard to campsites. This should have been taken care of a long time ago. How do we charge in Laverne Johnson Park? Do we charge by person to make up a campsite? Administrator Simonson, that question.
We have designated campsites in Laverne Johnson, and we allow a maximum of 6 people overnight.
And are they billed individually? That's what I'm asking.
Not per camper, per site.
So how do you delineate who pays what?
Well, we have reservation system. It's a little different than the way they do it, I believe.
So each campsite, I'm trying to understand this, each campsite sells for how much money?
Kim, are you there?
Yeah.
It changes each year based on the fee schedule.
Right, a tent campsite is about $30 to $35, and an RV site is between $45 and $55, depending on if it's winter, summer, or a holiday. But Mayor Angelo, the town does not, we're exempted, in the previous board exempted the town from occupation tax on.
I'm not talking about occupation tax.
Well, occupation tax is the lodging tax. That's the official name of it. It means you're occupying a space.
So I'm talking about how much we charge for a camp to be able to camp in LMJ. That's what I'm talking about.
Just have a flat fee. We have that flat fee.
You have a flat fee on a campsite.
Yes,
How is that delineated per camper?
it isn't.
It isn't. So if two people camp in a designated campsite, it costs them the same as if 6 people camp in a designated
Yes.
campsite.
And we don't charge a separate tax per head. It's built into the site. We don't have, the government, the local government is exempt from collecting taxes.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm-
I'm talking about a couple of things. How the cost and how a campsite is figured in 2 different venues. That's
Yeah.
basically what I'm trying to get at.
We just have a flat fee.
Forget about the tax right now. Forget
Okay.
about the tax right now. So what I'm assuming that Planet Bluegrass did was take, and I don't know whether they have, Zach can answer this, whether they have the same area that's designated for 6 campers or not, like we do in LMJ.
No.
But to me, this makes it incredibly confusing. The quote unquote definition of a campsite. I understand about the tax and the town not being having to pay the occupation tax. I'm just trying to get a handle on what the true definition of a campsite is and the implications of a deal that was cut by 2 board members who had no authority to do that.
There was no deal.
There was no deal cut.
There was no
I remember that meeting that we were all, it was a meeting. That
was a work- it
Planet Bluegrass was there, and Brian came to the board and said, I figured this on 6 people because this is what it says. A campsite is at Laverne Johnson Park. So I went with that. And we all said, okay, we think that's fair.
That was a workshop.
No, it was not. It was at a board meeting.
Was that at a board meeting?
We're confusing things. Wendy, the allegation is not that this was done at a board meeting. The allegation is there was a separate meeting between.
I understand that. I'm saying that it was also decided at a board meeting.
And that's.
I remember Brian sitting right there. Excuse me?
It was never decided at a board meeting, never voted on.
Yes,
it was never
I never
voted.
voted on
It was discussed.
It was discussed, but we never voted on it. We might not have ever voted on it, but it was discussed at a board meeting during the keynote deal with Planet Bluegrass giving us an update on what they were doing.
We discussed it, and I, at that meeting, specifically said, I think it should be 4 per campsite, and we never voted on it.
Nobody else agreed with you.
Nobody voted on it. No, nobody disagreed with me except the mayor.
So the point of the matter is, as a policy decision, it's never been enacted as a policy decision. That's what's making this so confusing, to be perfectly honest with you. I'll let anybody else that wants to speak go ahead.
I have some things to say.
This is
first of
really
all.
irritating, to say the least. Go ahead, Trustee.
This whole thing, to me, we're looking at it from the wrong point of view. Planet Bluegrass, first of all, brings in an absurd amount of tax money every year to this town. So we're talking about a potential lodging fee that they're not paying. That's $2,500 maybe, give or take, if we're talking about 4 people versus 6 people, calculations, it's not even that much at that point. It's like, maybe 600. I don't even know, but not very much. Let's put it that way, compared to the amount of sales tax revenue that they bring into the town. They pay us for the use of Laverne Johnson Park. They, take care of the park, clean it up afterward. they bring in revenue all over the place. And with these smaller shows now that they're doing the 4 nights in a row deal that have sold out instantaneously, I just don't see that. I feel like we're, you know, kind of looking a gift horse in the mouth in some aspects when we're talking about trying to get business coming back into town in a pandemic when they're struggling just as much. I think that, and with the sales tax thing, with the vendors there, when you are a business and you are a vendor doing a tent at a vendor, as a vendor, you have to register with the state. Okay, you have a state sales tax license. That means that you are required to pay state sales tax that then pays, you have to get a special events permit. That in turn pays the local government, the local tax in which you're doing your vending at. Okay, so the state takes care of the local taxes and pays the local place that you are in. Therefore, Planet Bluegrass is paying the making sure that those taxes are getting paid to the town of Lyons. That's why they haven't given the report, because they don't need to. The state does it. It's the whole keynote thing is kind of outdated. I mean, that thing needs to just be burned at this point and started over. Obviously, it can't happen now because of, you know, what's going on with the planning of the festivals. But what we're talking about right now, we've been talking about these issues for what is this, 3-4 years now? It's like ad nauseum here. I don't know what to say. Let's beat the dead horse some more. Oh my God, can we just make a decision or leave it? I don't know.
The decision that we're going to have to make, as it sits right now, as far as I'm concerned, is whether we're going to be responsible in our positions and hold any entity to the contract provisions that we've agreed on. It isn't a matter of the money. The money doesn't have anything to do with it, really. You're not talking about that much money. But what we're talking about is a matter of integrity and a matter of upholding our oath of office. That's what it's
about. Then we better freaking make a decision on what we're actually.
You better be not talking out until you recognize, Trustee Miller. You do not just blurt out things. This isn't an open discussion. But go ahead, you're recognized.
I'm just saying, nobody can make a decision. We've been talking about it for 4 years. Are we going to make a decision, or are we going to keep talking about it?
Hopefully we will make a decision. Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I agree. We need to make a decision and stop the discussions. We have tried for 3+ years to reach an agreement with Planet Bluegrass about how to calculate the lodging tax. It's not a matter of the definition. We both recognize that the definition needed to be clarified. The board recognized that when it adopted the definition. But we've tried and tried and tried for 3 years to resolve that by agreement, and we can't do it. And where we ended up on the subcommittee is they didn't want to discuss it with us, which is what they said the year before. We're too busy. We'll put it off till next year. We'll put it off till next year. We'll put it off till next year. And in the meantime, they just pay what they want and don't pay what they want when it comes to song school and academy. So I agree. We need to make a decision, and the decision I want to make is to change the campsite definition to be specific. Remove the confusion, remove the reason for argument and potential disputes, and simply say, each tent, each pop-up trailer, each RV out there, and in Laverne Johnson Park, and at Riverbend, and at the farm, is a campsite. And all we got to do is basically count rooftops and tent tops. Decision done. Which you can do with a drone, you can do by somebody walking through. That's simple. It will greatly increase their liability. That's why we offered them a compromise of let's split the baby between 4 and 6 and say 5. It won't make that much difference. They said no. I'm tired of talking to them too. We made a good faith effort to try to resolve this on terms very favorable to Planet Bluegrass, and they said they didn't want to negotiate. So I wanted to make a decision too, and that's the one decision I want to make. Let's change the campsite definition. I've had a draft in the packet at the last meeting and this one as well. We've got the power to do it. Let's do it. The board can decide, majority vote, as to whether we fool with the amounts that are due from the 2019 festivals or not. I agree with the mayor. Not only do we have a duty to uphold contracts that are entered into with the town, we have a duty to apply the code, whether it's $1,000, $3,000, $5,000, or $50,000. They didn't pay the lodging tax that they were required to pay when there were hundreds of campers out there for song school and academy. Their self-serving interpretation of that they didn't charge separately for camping is it's just the latest self-serving interpretation. That's why I mentioned earlier, they came in and said, we should read campsite as 3 campsites, each 3 campgrounds, we owe $6 a night. That was their interpretation. And then their interpretation was, oh, well, because we charged our customers back in December of 2018, we really don't owe anything for the summer of 2019. That was their interpretation. Both of those were wrong. This interpretation that they want to do is wrong. So, we can give in and let Planet Bluegrass interpret the town's tax code, or we can interpret the town's tax code, which is, I think, our duty as elected representatives. And I think that we ought to interpret it as it was intended. If you are providing campsites, which they did to hundreds of campers for multiple nights and getting compensated for it, not separately charged. Everybody there paid Planet Bluegrass for the right to be there. Planet Bluegrass collected money from everybody that was there to have them there. That's providing a campsite. They owe the tax. We estimate it. We send them a demand notice. They can either pay us the roughly $1,000, or if they don't, we can file a lien. And it so happens that the town board enacted a penalty provision where the penalties are now due have accrued far more than the original tax. I think we ought to assess those, file a lien, and if Planet Bluegrass wants to get reasonable and come in and pay some portion of that, we can always settle it. So that's another decision that I think we need to make. With regard to enforcing the contract, I think we need to look carefully, issue by issue, not tonight, but at a future meeting, and decide which of those are still important to the town of Lyons now, as opposed to being important in 1999, and decide. They've clearly breached the contract. They say that the town has not notified them of this, but they clearly have violated notice provisions and held festivals within 30 days of each other. Maybe we decide that that's not important anymore, and we decide we're going to waive that. But we need to go issue by issue and decide we're going to enforce this or we're not. And we need to discuss whether we withhold privileges from Planet Bluegrass because they've been unreasonable. What the mayor said is correct in my opinion, in general principle. We're not just talking about $3,500 of lodging tax. We're talking about the principle of, do we enforce an agreement that the prior board agreed to and that Planet Bluegrass agreed to, and that the town has amended every time Planet Bluegrass has requested something. The town has pretty much agreed to it, but still Planet Bluegrass won't obey the agreement. Do we have a duty as the town to enforce that? And I say that we do. And as Trustee Rogan said, 81% of the voters said that they favored this lodging tax, and we have a duty to collect it, whether it's $1,000, $3,500, $5,000, whatever. And I think we should try to do that. We can always make an agreement down the road if Planet Bluegrass ever deems it important enough to negotiate with us and take the time to negotiate with us. Each year for the last 3 years, they said now's not the time, wait till next year. Maybe if we take these steps, they will decide that it is the time, and then we can negotiate in good faith, which hasn't been done on Planet Bluegrass's end to this date. It is a matter of principle. When I took my oath as a trustee, I said I was going to uphold the code. We've had instances before where prominent businesses have stood up to the town and basically said, we don't care that we signed a contract. We don't care that we're violating it. We think we bring in a lot of money to the town and you shouldn't enforce that contract. In that regard, I'll point out, we do not know how much sales tax Planet Bluegrass brings in. The reason we don't know is they won't tell us, despite the agreement saying they should tell us. There is a question as to whether if you subtract out the total amount of sales tax that Planet Bluegrass collects, not just from vendors, but also from admissions, ticket sales, sales tax on that, and also from the merch tent, you subtract that out from the July, for Rocky Grass, for example, the July total sales taxes, it appears that the remaining amount of sales taxes from the town of Lyons for the month of July would be way less for every other business in town put together than they were in June or August. Even though July is the peak month, there's a July 4th holiday, it's the peak visitor month in Rocky Mountain National Park. It may be that overall other businesses in town, Planet Bluegrass actually takes sales tax away, but we don't know that because they haven't reported to us. I do not think we should burn the keynotes. I think we should enforce them to the extent that they have any meaning to us now. We do get some revenue from the parks, but I will point out that that revenue has shrunk considerably as Planet Bluegrass has become more self-contained. They use the farm. They don't camp at Pone Park anymore. They've cut the number of days at Rocky Grass that they rent Laverne Johnson Park for. I don't believe they, and for Folk Fest as well. So, and that's fine. I don't blame them for doing that. They split, for years, they split the proceeds 50-50 with the town on park rentals, on camping in parks. If somebody's camping at Planet Bluegrass or on the farm, they get to keep 100%. That makes sense. I'd do that if I was in business. Don't blame them for it. But don't suggest that the town has this big pot of revenue because they lease the town parks. That used to be the case, but it's not as much anymore. So for all of those reasons, I think we need to decide what parts of the contracts we wish to enforce. We need to proceed to take steps to collect, estimate, assess, and collect the lodging taxes from the 2019 festivals that we can always reduce later if they want to get reasonable. And we need to amend the definition of campsite as I've suggested and eliminate the argument that we've been having for 3 years and can't resolve. That's my position.
Trustee Miller, I know your arm's tired. Go ahead.
I have a question, 2 questions actually. I have one for Victoria. I want to see if you recall when we were originally talking about the STR. No, when we were originally talking about the occupational tax or lodging fee, when the camping provision got put in there, I could have sworn, and maybe we need to go back and review the tapes, but I thought specifically Connie put it in there because she wanted to she wanted the people to pay the money on top of the camping fee. Like, I didn't want the I did not vote for the camping. I didn't think the camping should be part of the lodging fee. When it originally passed, I did not vote for that part. I wanted it to be STRs and hotels, but not camp spots. However, I thought Connie put that in there specifically because she wanted to gain revenue from the park campground at Laverne Johnson Park from the tents there. Do you remember?
There were lots of discussions, and we have reviewed that meeting you were referencing where the board talked about it. I have looked at that. But there's lots of discussion about it. I can't recall specifically Mayor Sullivan wanting to put it on at LMJ. I mean, we discussed that it's already kind of built into our fee. But no, and that's too nebulous. There was so many conversations. I can't recall.
I know. Okay. My other question was for Attorney Dittman about basically the legality, the definition of a campground or of a camp spot, campground, and how do you, if there's not a definition of one, or what, how is it really legal to make somebody pay for camping on their own property times, like, 500 or whatever, if there's not like designated campgrounds?
So the town, passed through ordinance, which is affirmed by the voters, the lodging tax. As
Right.
part of that tax, campsite was separately defined in the code. The town has discretion to interpret its own code. It's giving deference by the courts in interpreting how its own code is read, because the town was one that enacted it. So it's, the town can interpret, and it is not definite in this situation as to what is a campsite, kind of given the way that the operations of Planet Bluegrass are done. However, the town could interpret it as, it felt was reasonable, so long it wasn't arbitrary and capricious. Two, the town could always amend its code with regard to the definition of campsite, I think, which is one of the things that's being suggested. So if the town would like to take away the potential confusion on campsite as it relates, to Planet Bluegrass or to anyone who is similarly situated, you could direct staff tonight to bring back an agenda item to amend the definition of campsite. That would be one option, because that lies within our code, not within the keynotes or the amendable letter.
Right, but my question is, if there's not like a defined campsite on the properties, or 500 of them or whatever, and there's no defined campsite on a piece of paper, how do you enforce the code?
Yeah. As I mentioned, the town has the ability to interpret its own code. And so,
Okay.
of course, Planet Bluegrass can object to our interpretation. There can be a dispute over that in the future, but
Even
we are
on private
given the
property?
ability to interpret our own code.
Okay, but I guess just because it's private property or because it's only a few days a year or whatever,
Yeah, I'm not sure that private property is a meaningful distinction. I mean, if you think of like a hotel, that's private property they own that we're taxing, individual rooms on. So I don't know if that's an important distinction in this case.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Mayor Angelo, may I respond? Am I able to speak during this time?
So this is scheduled for the board's discussion, but of course it's the board's discretion whether or not to let someone else speak.
I just want to mention one thing.
Okay.
That and then I'll allow you to respond. You said earlier that Planet Bluegrass charged camping per person, not campsite. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you can go ahead.
So I guess mostly I want to respond to a lot of allegations from Mayor Pro Tem Browning, and I just feel like I can't let some of these things go unnoted in this aspect. We want to figure this out in a good faith negotiation, and from our approach, we've had discussions from the beginning in good faith about how this could work. And I think it's important to clarify that discussion back in 2018 with the two board members was never assumed by Planet Bluegrass to be any kind of binding agreement or anything like that. It was an understanding in good faith that this is a reasonable way to calculate a lodging tax, and we should, and this seemed like a reasonable way to move forward. And we felt that was enough confidence in the discretion of the board for us to support this and move forward on that. So I think that's an important note, even for the sake of the board members at the time. And we've attended multiple 3 of these board meetings over the last 4 years about this issue. And then when we have a discussion with the subcommittee, we state kind of our different claims, and what gets sent to us as a good faith negotiation is a request to change how we feel the tax should be interpreted, to be halfway between what we have paid and been accepted as for the tax at 6 people per campsite, and an arbitrary number that Mayor Pro Tem Browning has put forth, this number of 4 that isn't really based in any kind of logic that we can find. And so he's asking us to meet him in the middle on this. And so what happens when someone decides that it's actually 2, and then we need to meet you on the middle on 2, and where does that end? So, and then at the end of this email is a threat that in the end, the board may just decide to do exactly what Mayor Pro Tem Browning just requested, which is define a campsite as every tent or every RV or anything like that. So from our perspective, it didn't even feel like a negotiation. It felt like an accept our terms or else type of deal. And so I felt that we presented our reasoning in a logical way. And so I'm not necessarily sure how that got construed as us not being interested in negotiating. And I think it's important to also note that if we were to interpret the tax as Mayor Pro Tem Browning is asking, that's anywhere between a 13 to a 22% effective tax, depending on how many tents every single camper sets up on us. And I'm sure that's not what the voters were looking for when they passed this tax. So I think our hope at this time would be that the board would see the logic in 6 people per campsite being a reasonable solution to this, because it is such a challenging issue. And I know that we're all tired of having to discuss it, and I'm sure there's been miscommunications along the way. I'm sure things have been construed in ways that they weren't meant from all sides. And I think that, we're not looking for a free pass. We're not looking to operate outside of agreements. We're not trying to be above our contracts or anything like that. We're just trying to get this solved just as much as you are. And honestly, I thought that Mayor Angelo put it the best when he pointed out that in Laverne Johnson Park, the tax does not increase until you hit that 6th person. It's the same $2 for 1 person, for 2 people, for 3 people, for 4 people, for 5 people, and for 6 people. And then at the 7th person, it increases by that next $2. So I feel like that makes a very logical argument for why we're calculating it this way. And we would request that the board provide some sort of ratification to that approach, so that we can all move past this.
There is only one thing I'll take issue with, and that's that you stated that it was Mayor Pro Tem Browning's position to lower the campsite to 4. You were offered a compromise at 5, and you rejected it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, fine. That isn't what you just said. So are there any board members that would like to address the issue? Go ahead, sir. Trustee Caravas.
Zach, you stated the Academy and the Sound School, you sell one big package. When it comes to taxes, A service is a service is a service. It doesn't matter how you sell it. A tax is a tax on the service, whether it's camping's taxed there. That's just the way it is. If I own a motel and I sell a room to a worker for $250 a week, different than the daily or the nightly rate. I just put $250 on the bill, it pays me cash. I still have to pay tax, even though I didn't sell it as a nightly thing with the taxes built in. You sell a service, it's taxable service, it's taxed. Doesn't matter how you package it. You can tell yourself that all you want. That's not how the tax codes work. In addition to making statements toward Mayor Pro Tem Browning's picking forward and saying someone could pick two, that's the bed your owner jumped into with dealing with the town of Lyons or a government entity. A new administration runs the United States federal government. Corporate taxes are to go up. The previous one lowered them. The previous one raised them. The previous one lowered them. Every 2 years, IRS and the Congress change our taxes. Every 2 years, this board turns over. So it's very possible 1 year and 2 weeks from now, you could have this exact same conversation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's part of dealing with government. We all deal with it with all our corporate taxes, our personal taxes. Statements about what you owe in taxes, it's hard to figure out. Well, as a corporation, I have to send a check every goddamn quarter. Based on what? I won't know until 2022. IRS says I have to send it. If I don't, I can go to jail. I can get fined. So if this town picks and interprets 4, it's going to be 4, and you have to deal with it. So making those statements, you might understand tax code and who dictates taxes. Unfortunately, that's the government. If we can get rid of taxes and fund everything, that would be great. I would really love that. And there's people on this board that know that. Dealing with this for 3 or 4 years, Wendy, you mentioned, then you should have offered ordinances or something to change it. You didn't. Here we are. We expected other people to take care of it, work on it. It didn't get done. The stall tactics I'm seeing on the timeline that was put together by our subcommittee, kind of reminiscent of dealing with Honeywell. Stall, 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 push back, push back, push back. And here we are. So I'll go with 4 people per campsite. I have no problem with that. Now we calculate, if that's how it needs to be done, by sending a drone over, by making a head count per campsite per pop-up, and that's what we'll do. But I suggest we do move forward with the tax issue immediately, and we fix the rest of the talking points. If someone doesn't want to talk about the not talking points, the keynotes, it's been mentioned by not just me, others on the board, the Mayor Pro Tem brought up tonight. Others have discussed it in the past. Well, then we can just get rid of everything and take away your protections of the noise ordinance. We can rent the parks ourselves. I mean, if that's what you really want to go and your owner really wants to go, and based on the statements of your owner, on the emails to town staff constantly, don't want to deal with this, then why are you here?
May I respond or?
No. Trustee Lowe, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, I just want to clarify something.
Okay.
So, Zach, you or Planet Bluegrass would be averse to us counting every so-called roof in your camping ground and charging $2 per night. Are you amenable to that? Or are you saying that's not a consideration?
We are against we are against that because we feel that that is an unreasonable definition of a campsite. It's very easy for Laverne Johnson Park. There's 3, 4, however many sites, however many tents you can, however many roofs you can set up within a site. There's no, it's rare that a single tent makes up a single site. So we feel that that's kind of an unreasonable definition for how a campsite is set up. And furthermore, for our people, there's times where 2 tents are set up. So people bring an RV, and that's actually part of how our tickets work. You can buy a vehicle pass and a camping pass. And so when you have to buy a camping pass in order to attend and camp, but you can also buy a vehicle pass. And so through that logic, you can set up not only a camper, but also a tent. So now you have one person who has two roofs for them. So it's again where the way that we do our camping is just so different from how all these definitions were intended. But defining it as a single roof, we feel is a very undue burden, kind of unrealistic for the reality that we see in our campground. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I kind of understand that. I mean, I can see that. You've got parents there, they've got a big tent, you've got kids and they've got their pump tent, and they're all basically in the same family in the same site. But at Planet Bluegrass, you don't have marked off campsites. It's basically a first come, first serve, and there's alleyways to allow egress and entrance, right?
That's correct. We do a big, we pretty much, when you're buying a camping ticket, all you're doing is buying access to a field. And we know roughly how many people we can fit in this field. And that, depends on how big of a space they take up, how many tents they put up. If they bring an RV as well as 2 tents, that kind of changes it every year, but we kind of know roughly how many people can fit. And so a camping pass with us really is just access to a field, and it's first come, first serve from that point.
Okay. No, because I was going to suggest that $2 per so-called roof, be it a pop tent, be it a RV, be it a pop-up camper, as a reasonable compromise, and perhaps have an effectivity date on it that would start fresh, ostensibly, let's say July 1st of this year, and that would be it going forward.
The other challenge I would note with that is that first off, the number of the camping pass is not for the entire festival. So you buy a camping pass and can show up any day throughout those days. So somebody could show up just for the last Sunday, so that the number of roofs changes every day, just like the number of campers changes every day. And we're talking about 4 campgrounds with close to maybe 2,000 campers in the town, and that's a lot of roofs to try to count accurately for whatever party would be responsible for taking that over.
So what would be the mechanics of determining that 6 was the magic number? So if you sold 2,000 camping, do I have this right? If you sold 2,000 camping passes, we would just divide that by 6?
Correct. And then we multiplied it by the number of nights. And that was one place where most of our campers are not there for every single night. Sure. But we went ahead and assumed they all were. So we would, for Rocky Grass, which allows camping on Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night, we said 2,000 campers divided by 6 times 4 nights, knowing that most of those campers aren't actually there all those 4 nights. Maybe not most, but a lot of them aren't there for all those 4 nights. So we're giving a little bit in that view, but that is how we've been calculating it. Correct.
Would that formula, let's say 6 to a site, would that be an undue hardship on you? I know you've talked about the difficulties of dealing in the COVID environment and all that entails. But if that were to be effective, say July 1st, would that be an issue with you, given that people have already paid, right? They've already paid their tickets and camping fees.
And we billed those fees assuming the 6 people per site, as we had in 2019 and we had in 2020. So it's actually the 2020 fees that we had billed assuming that amount. And we think that's completely reasonable. A 6-person per campsite definition seems reasonable to us, knowing that some people come as a couple, some people come and share what you could argue is a campsite with a group of 20 people. And so, based on the definition set forth in Laverne Johnson Park Code and kind of what we see in our campgrounds, we think that's very reasonable, and we've taken that into account. And that's how we've remitted it in the past.
So you've already taken into account the $2 per 6 campers. That's in your fee, that's established in your fees already.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Further questions? Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, I honestly don't care whether it's 4 campers or 6 campers. I just want this memorialized and ratified. I want this in writing. And Zach, I gotta say, like, you say that you wanted to negotiate with the town in good faith. What we heard was, we don't want to talk to you, talk to the lawyers. So that didn't seem like good faith, to be quite honest. And, maybe it was tempers flaring or whatever. But, I think what we need to try to keep in mind is that nobody's trying to screw anybody over. The town is not trying to stop Planet Bluegrass from doing anything. I think that I would characterize it correctly to say, we want a contract that's adhered to, and you want a contract that's adhered to. We all want the same thing. So let's just keep in mind that we all want the same thing.
And also that it could behoove Planet Bluegrass to enter into negotiations in good faith and have it be advantageous for you as well. What is the pleasure of the board? Do we need to discuss minor events?
Discuss what? Sorry.
Go ahead.
You said, Mayor, you said, do we need to discuss something?
Minor events. It's on here.
Mayor Angela, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
I think there's a couple, other issues, other than the 6-person per campsite versus 4 versus 5. One, whether or not these other events, the song school and the academy, should also be paying lodging taxes for the board's estimation. And then 2, whether these minor events should receive notice. The 60 days is what is required by ostensibly by the documents, and whether we would like notice going further and what that looks like.
And it's what I was intimating in regard to renegotiating could be advantageous to understanding and Planet Bluegrass is a benefit. But let's discuss Song School and the other event, as you stated, Counselor. I think that they should be, regardless of whether Planet Bluegrass bills camping separately for those events, like Trustee Caravis said, and the code is very explicit. If you're camping, you got to pay that tax. I feel it's very explicit, but I'll open that up for discussion as well. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think it's clear, and that on the song school and academy stuff. As the Attorney Dittman said, the town gets to interpret it. It's not Planet Bluegrass that gets to interpret the tax. We get to interpret the tax, and the tax says if you provide a campsite for compensation, you owe a tax. Planet Bluegrass provides campsites. It is well compensated for the whole event. If you, for example, buy a package at a bed and breakfast that includes your room, a complimentary glass of wine, local transportation, 2 meals, and you pay a certain amount for the whole package, is the owner of that site being compensated for lodging? Yeah. Can you say the exact amount they're getting? No. But if there's a lodging tax that says if you provide lodging for compensation, you got to pay a tax, they got to pay a tax. And this is what it is. It's a package deal that includes lodging. And to me, it's pretty simple and it's pretty straightforward. And Planet Bluegrass's interpretation makes no more sense than their $2 per campground and that we get 2 years of free tax because we charged back in December. It's just a position they've taken that doesn't square with the code, and it's up to the town to interpret it. And I think they clearly have to pay tax on that. That issue is simple to me. It's more complicated on how you deal with how do you measure what tax they pay? Because even if we got them to agree, however reluctantly, that yes, we owe tax for song school and academy, then you still have to say how many people are out there. How do you measure it? There's several ways to do that. One way I suggested that nobody thinks works is you look at the area. If they really want to use Laverne Johnson Park camping as the basis for estimating Planet Bluegrass camping, look at the area per campsite in Laverne Johnson Park and apply that to the area they use for all 4 of their campgrounds for festivals. You could do it that way. Another way that I've suggested to Town Administrator Simons and we could do is the town for several weekends could keep track actually of the number of people that use each campsite in Laverne Johnson Park. If we have a park host who I think walked away this weekend, but that could be done. Because what we're after here, and Trustee Lowell, I'd point this out, is the average number of people per campsite. Some people may camp solo. A lot of couples camp together, well, you've got 2. Sometimes the maximum number of 6 is used. What's the average? And my guesstimate that it's 4 is not exactly arbitrary. I spent a lot of time in festival campgrounds, Planet Bluegrass and elsewhere, and I volunteered for 5 years in Laverne Johnson Park as a Planet Bluegrass volunteer before I was on the board. And I got to know the people that camped there and actually watched them set up their tents and sites. And there are a heck of a lot of 2-person couples who camp there. And there's a fair number of solo campers, people who come in and sleep in their own pup tents. And there's a lot of families in this modern age where the average number of kids per family is, I think, less than 2, of families of 4. You average all those together and you're less than 4. Yes, there are some groups that consider themselves as 12 people in a campsite, even if they've got 2 tents and an RV. It's kind of arguable whether that's 1 campsite or 3, but even accepting that for argument as 1 campsite, I think my best guesstimate is where that falls is somewhere around 4. We're willing to compromise at 5, but they don't want to do that. So it's not arbitrary. I think using 6, grabbing the maximum number that can occupy a Laverne Johnson Park campsite and trying to use that for the average number of people at a Planet Bluegrass campsite is mathematical sleight of hand that, to give Planet Bluegrass credit, they've consistently stuck to that and tried to dictate that that's how we apply a definition, that it is the board's right and duty to interpret. And if our interpretation wants to be, if we decide that the best we can come up with is 4 per campsite, we can do that. If we want to decide 5, as we can. If we want to decide each tent, trailer, RV out there as a campsite, we can do that as well. But I think it's our decision to make, and it's time that we made it. And if somebody would prefer 4 per campsite instead of doing it per each tent, RV, whatever, I could live with that. But in the absence of an agreement, I want for the board to adopt a definition. And what I would like the board to do in that respect is set as a future agenda item, redefining what campsite is. And I've already got the definition in the one proposed definition in the packet materials. And if somebody else wants to propose a definition of 4 per campsite, that's fine. Let's somebody propose it. But let's set that for action and finally decide it on our own, unless between now and the time we finally reach that. And it's got to be done by ordinance. So it takes a while. You got to notice 2 hearings. You got to publish it for 30 days. I'd like it to be in effect before the first summer festival hits in July. So we need to get working on it. Let's put it on the future agenda and we'll adopt our own definition. And if in the meantime, Planet Bluegrass wants to get reasonable, good, we can do that. And I will say, as Trustee Rogan and others have, I don't want to, I love these events. I think what Planet Bluegrass does for the town is great. I don't want to stop any musical event from happening. I go to them. I volunteered for them. I support them. But that doesn't mean just because you bring in a lot of money to the town and because you've been here for 20 years and people love your events, that you get to decide what amount of tax you pay or don't pay. The town gets to decide that. And when you sign agreements, you honor them and the town honors them. And it's not a one-way street. You don't get to pick and choose which provisions you comply with. You don't get to rely on the exemption from the noise ordinance. You don't get to rely on the exemption from business license compliance, but then insist that, oh, wait, we've got a favorable contract provision that we don't have to rely on giving notice and time between festivals and reporting taxes. It's a two-way street, not a one-way street. And that's really how we got to this point. This has been a one-way street where Planet Bluegrass calls its own shots, pays its own, decides which contract provisions it wants to honor, decides what taxes it wants to pay or doesn't pay. And it's been that way for years. And it frankly took the board stepping in through a board subcommittee to ever bring this to resolution, and it's still not resolved. The board in 1999 was very prescient in putting in there a provision that the town board could step in, or a subcommittee, and take control of this. I think they realized that these were big events, lots of people, lots of money involved, and I think that they knew that it may not be reasonable to expect town staff to do all this stuff on their own. So the board reserved its own right to do that, and that's where we are. And we're actually talking about doing what a board 20 years ago said, it may be necessary for a board to step in, or a board subcommittee to resolve these things. And guess what? They were right, and we need to do that. So let's set a future agenda item to consider redefining the campsite. And I suggest that we actually vote to enforce the 2019 taxes, recognizing that if Planet Bluegrass wants to get reasonable, we can always compromise that amount. But for now, let's proceed, take enforcement steps, move forward.
Trustee Miller.
I have a question for Zach.
Yes.
Zach, can you tell me, do you have any idea off the top of your head how many camping passes you sell during the major events?
My rough guess would be actually probably closer to 2,500.
2,500. Okay, thank you.
Any further?
And I also think it's 11:20, and I'm really tired about talking about this, especially tonight. So I think that we should probably all go to bed and put this on a future agenda item, just like Mayor Pro Tem Browning said, and define the camping, what a camp spot is, and then we can fight it out from there.
Any other board members have a comment? Okay, Counselor, I think you have direction on and staff on where the Board of Trustees wants to go. We'd like to pursue a succinct definition of campsite, and also make it in plain English and contract language on the song school and the other event that Planet Bluegrass seems to think they don't have to pay the tax on, which I don't think is correct. Can you think of anything else, anybody? Councilor?
Thank you, Mayor Angela. So I understand that the board would like us to bring back an ordinance changing the definition of a campsite. And maybe part of that is making it clear that even if you don't charge directly for the lodging, that you still have to pay it. It could be a separate part of the ordinance, amending the piece about the tax, just clarifying that language. The second, there's all these enforcement issues. You just want to bring another discussion item on whether or not we would like to enforce the contract. Is that the board's direction? And that's a part I'm not clear on based on this discussion.
Mayor Pro Tem, what's your position on that?
As I say, I think we should go provision by provision, just list all the ones that where there are.
We can't hear Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. I think we should just come up with a list of the provisions that benefit Planet Bluegrass and that the provisions are not complying with, and let's just go down the list and decide that we think this is important. or it's not. Enforce this one, don't enforce this one. And then the other issue is, do we proceed under the lodging tax provisions with any collection actions on the 2019 taxes? That's, and the procedures are pretty clear in there. You estimate, you send a demand letter, not paid, you file a lien. So I think we need to vote on that. And it's not down for a vote tonight, it's give direction. So at the same time, we have an agenda item on amending the campsite definition. Let's have an agenda item to vote on proceed with collection on the 2019 taxes or don't.
Okay, I agree with that. And the rest of the board, Administrator Simonson?
Can I also ask that we clarify with Planet Bluegrass that we are or are not going to be expecting minor events to follow the regulations as well? I understand that for 20 years, there's been this understanding from what Mr. Tucker said that they didn't have to, you know, submit a 60-day plan and those things. So I think this board needs to define if that is going to be an expectation, and are you going to waive it for this unusual pandemic year?
Yes, that's one of the contract provisions that would be on the list is a 60-day notice. Another would be the 30 days between festivals, and
Okay.
there are others, but that'd be one of the prime ones on the list.
So we're going to try to bring this forward at our next meeting.
If it's prepared in time, certainly. I'd like to get it over sooner rather than later.
So you're gonna need
There are time constraints.
Yeah, there are, for the ordinance at least, there's notice provisions. And so you're gonna need at least 14 days to do that.
Okay.
However, you know, if you wanted to do the discussion items for the other things, and you could call a special meeting if you wanted to, or, you know, you could put it on the next agenda, but it's probably gonna take a long time like this did, I imagine.
Yeah, and if you have an ordinance, the effective date is 30 days after we pass it. It's published basically. So if you're looking at a festival in July, you'd need to have the ordinance published by mid-June to be effective for this year's festivals. So you got to work backwards from there.
Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion? Trustee Miller.
I would just like to point out that, you know, the precedent has kind of been set for at least the minor events. I mean, even the major events with the 30-day notice thing, because I can't tell you in 15 years, there's never been a 30 days between Folks Fest and Rocky Grass in between those two major events. And the minor events thing, I mean, I just think that there's already been a precedent set. So if we want to talk about that moving forward, it's fine, but I just don't see how we can possibly hold them to that now.
Real quickly, the precedent was set for 18 years that Planet Bluegrass did not report gross sales and sales tax. And then somebody actually pointed out the provision to them. It was me that said, you're not reporting as you're supposed to. So should we waive that too? And that's an issue with each of these provisions that we need to talk about. How long have they not complied with it? And did so now, is that sufficient?
The sales tax,
Sales
tax is being collected.
Wait. One at a time.
That's all I wanted to say is there are many provisions that have not been strictly enforced for years. And those are the provisions the board needs to look at now and say, do we care about this or not? Do we want to waive the requirement that they report gross sales and sales taxes? Do we want to waive the 30-day requirement on this? But we don't just let Planet Bluegrass, in my opinion, not comply with the contract for years and say, oh, well, they've done it long enough that we're going to excuse that. Unless, if it's still important to the board, and this board may decide things that were important to prior boards are no longer important to this board. But let's talk about it and let's make our decisions. And that's what I'm suggesting.
Attorney Debman, I'm sure you have a legal opinion in regard to something that's been said.
Yeah, it is something quickly to note from a legal perspective is that section 6C of the amendable letter says that if there was any past breach and a waiver of that breach, that doesn't basically waive a future obligation to do the same. So if Planet Bluegrass may have breached a contract in the past and the board waived that breach, it doesn't mean the board cannot enforce a contract as written in the future. That doesn't mean the board has to. That's the board's decision, not mine, but just a past waiver does not constitute a future waiver of any provision of the amendable letter or the other documents for that matter.
Thank you for that clarification, Counselor. I think you've got direction. I think it was a great, wholesome discussion. And I want to thank everybody and thank you, Zach. Let's move on. Discussion of future agenda items.
We already did that one.
We actually already did that one.
Did we have anything to add?
Yeah. Trustee Waugh would like to add an item on the lodging tax as applied to town properties. And then Mayor Pro Tem Browning asked that an item be added as well regarding 2 blighted properties.
And I thought that there was also, didn't we just discuss what's going to be coming up in regard to Planet Bluegrass?
Yeah, of course. So there were 3 items requested by the board, one being the ordinance to change the definition of campsite, and then one being enforcement of allegedly unpaid taxes, and then 3 for alleged violations or breaches of the contract, the contracts, if you will.
Okay. Administrator Simonson, you don't know of anything else? That's it? Okay.
You mean an overview of other things to follow up on?
No.
Just
That's
future
okay.
agenda.
Those are the 3 things. Okay, so we're on to summary of action items. Madam Clerk.
Okay, I've got number 1, sales tax reporting requirements by Trustee Waugh. Number 2, park safety capacity plan is an agenda item by Trustee Lowell. Number 3, STRs and commercial building checklist updates. I'm not sure if Yanni's going to take care of that. Number 4, update the ordinance to define campsite for lodging tax. Number 5, discussion on enforcement issues at Planet Bluegrass. Number 6, a vote to proceed on collecting past due taxes at Planet Bluegrass. And number 7, clarify with Planet Bluegrass if the town is to be notified of minor events and other enforcement issues.
Madam Administrator.
Well, plus there'll be a whole list of other provisions that didn't necessarily get brought up today, just so we all understand that. The only other ones I have were in regard to the workshop tonight. We're going to work on a rendering plan to be put on site, a site plan to be put on site, start scheduling our public meetings in regard to 4th Avenue Ped Bridge. And then I had one more. Land use approval for these cell towers that CDOT's bringing forward.
Oh, yeah.
That's your thing. Let's see. I think that's it.
Can I just, about those cell towers, if they're going to be 5G cell towers, I think we might want to get ahead of people who are going to be uncomfortable with that.
Of course.
Yeah, we can release some information. I think as I've relayed to this board and certainly PCDC before, we can't regulate cell towers based on the technology, as much as people want to. And there's actually a recent 10th Circuit case saying that you absolutely cannot do anything with regard to radio emissions. It's wholly preempted by federal law. So there's very recent case law in this regard.
Thank you, Counselor. Anything else? Does anybody else have anything to contribute? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll call the roll, Madam.
Third.
Mayor Angelo.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Aye.
Trustee Miller.
Yay.
Trustee Caravas.
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
And Trustee Lowell.
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Have a good one.
Good night.